never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. But nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Well, at midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 19, Black Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Just like that, we get a brand new week underway. Welcome into a Monday. Well, in the Eastern time zone, at least. As we cross over that midnight hour. Oh, by the way, final day of January. Yeah, look at there. January 31. So, wow, 24 hours from now, we'll be making our way into the first day of February. Looking ahead toward Groundhog Day, coming up Wednesday of this week. I guess it would only be appropriate for Old Man Winter to send a big wintry mess across the country just in time for Groundhog Day. Oh boy, yeah, forecasters are tracking right on the heels of the bomb cyclone along the eastern seaboard. Which, yes, although it was confined to the East Coast, it did impact millions of people buried over the weekend. Anticipating the potential, and some of these models are still conflicting with one another, but there's going to be a big, heavy accumulating snow, as well as heavy rain, as well as the threat for some severe weather in parts of the South in the coming days. More like a Tuesday through Thursday kind of event, according to forecasters. But I would be remiss if I didn't say, hoo-day! How about that? Defying all the odds. What would the odds be of the Cincinnati Bengals being able to beat the Kansas City Chiefs twice in, 4 weeks' time? Had to beat them to cinch the deal to make it into the playoffs. And now they are Super Bowl bound. I do remember, I was very young at the time, the last time the Bengals were in a Super Bowl, but man, it seems like literally a lifetime ago. 2 years ago, according to the headline, the Cincinnati Bengals were the NFL's worst team. Now they're headed to the Super Bowl to face the Los Angeles Rams. And oddly enough, the fact that the Rams Stadium, LA, was the selected site for this Super Bowl, the Rams get kind of a home field advantage with that because that's their home stadium. But matching the biggest comeback in an AFC championship game, Bengals rallied from an 18-point hole to stun Kansas City 27-24 in overtime Sunday. The first trip to the big game since 1988. So I wasn't too young, but was about 20-something there. Early 20s. Now, the team that won only 2 games in 2019, now earning the top overall. They got the overall draft pick, Joe Burrow, who pretty much dominated the Chiefs after the first quarter Sunday afternoon. Evan McPherson, again, comes through at the end with the 31-yard field goal to seal the deal. Then the Rams, overcoming a 10-point second-half deficit, took the NFC crown with a 20-17 victory over the 49ers. Matt Gay made a 30-yard field goal with 1:46 left in the game. So Los Angeles had lost 6 consecutive games to the 49ers. The visitors could not slow the all-pro receiver, Cooper Kupp. So there you go. Kupp finished with 11 catches, 142 yards, 2 touchdowns. So what is it, February 15th? Is that the big day? Super Bowl, a little time off for the teams to get ready for the big event in Los Angeles. How about that? Tip of the hat, and if you're on the YouTube or the Facebook page, this is the best I could do to get the ambience in kind of an orange. Those are supposedly orange lights. But hey, welcome into a Monday. All right, I'm sure we'll be hearing from some of our friends along the East Coast. I'm not sure if horse feathers got buried or not, but parts of Maryland did pick up close to a foot of snow. Now, even though the snow had ended early Sunday morning, it's going to take a couple days for the crews to be out there working tirelessly to move the mountains of snow and get the power restored. With the bitterly cold air and the dangerously low wind chills for those who are without power, at one point, hundreds of thousands. But this nor'easter, it lived up to its billing, unloading feet of snow, high winds, coastal flooding, an all-out blizzard from New Jersey to Maine Saturday. By early Sunday, the quick-hitting, powerful storm had exited the region, but that lengthy process of snow removal and power restoration was really just getting underway. Folks in the Northeast, you're not going to be out of the woods with this latest storm, even though the snow has ended, despite the return of sunshine Sunday. High temperatures only topping out of the teens and 20s, and wind chills continuing to lag behind, making it feeling 5 to 15 degrees colder. Now, overnight lows tonight, again, will be frigid temperatures dipping into the single digits and even below zero for some in that region. This Arctic chill is going to make it obviously difficult for those left without power to stay warm. Public warming centers need to be utilized for cold-related injuries to prevent. Experts urge those with power generators, make sure you're utilizing properly. Do not run them in a garage. Carbon monoxide poisoning happens every time. And if you're going to be heading outdoors, obviously you're going to have to layer up to get out there and clean up the snow. Take it easy as well. There were several fatalities over the weekend, heart attacks, out there trying to remove the snow from driveways. I think there was one elderly man, and I think one was a 52-year-old, just keeled over in the driveway, had the shovel laying next to him. Now, roadways that had been previously cleared may once again be covered with snow. Yeah, there are piles as high as 2-story buildings, making it very difficult for motorists to have clear visibility at intersections and in parking lots. The storm's effects on travel may linger for several more days due to the number of crews and aircraft that were displaced by the storm and the amount of snow the storm left behind. Looks like today, Monday, will feature continued dry weather across the region. Probably going to be looking at more sunshine. Temperatures begin to trend upward, maybe up 5 to 10 degrees from what we saw on Sunday. Following the Arctic cold as we start the week, though, temperatures will moderate, especially as we head toward midweek. That should help with cleanup, and it should also help travel to get back on track. During that moderating trend as far as temperatures, you'll have to continue exercise caution. Snow begins to melt away during the day. Then you'll end up with those icy spots during the overnight hours. Now, even as the latest snowstorm was in its early stages of development, forecasters were already tracking the next storm that's going to be taking shape, as I mentioned, across the center of the country right around Groundhog Day. Now, this storm will assist in the warming trend across the east during the latter half of the week, but it's also going to bring the potential for very heavy precipitation before it's all said and done, again, in the form of initially some rain and then ice and snow. I see the forecasters are really focusing in on the potential for a very widespread ice storm scenario setting up this week. Some of the models are predicting anywhere from 1/4 to 3/4 of an inch of ice accretion. Yeah, anytime you get, but once you get above 1/4 of an inch, especially when you start to hit that half-inch number, anything from there and above just goes progressively from bad to worse to even catastrophic. We'll give you the latest because, as I said, the models, the Euro model differs a bit from the GFS model. But as we're into Monday, the next couple of model runs will really begin to give forecasters an idea of what we'll be anticipating. All right, out of the box tonight. Hey there, Kyle was first on board this morning. Hope you had a good weekend, Kyle. Good to have you with us. Yeah, let's roll. Philly Dan on board. Congratulations to those Bengals. What a great game that was. It's 21 degrees in Philly. Stay safe out there. God bless the Rambler. Hello to Richard in Florida, Central Florida there. Zorro checks in. Let's roll. There's Terry, Canadian Terry. Good morning. Listening from the home 20. Back at it later today. I believe that's our Terry from Canada. Got 12 degrees, chilly in New Jersey tonight. Hey, congratulations to the Bengals. Super Bowl, here we come. Yeah, Joe Cool. Yeah, Joe Burrow, right? How about that? Let's see. West Michigan checking in. There's Crazy Ray. You've got 23 tonight. Here for the best 5 hours in radio. All right. Thank you, Crazy Ray. Richard, 35 degrees here. Where's the warm weather? Hello to Steve and everyone out there. Congratulations, Bengals. There you go. Alan checking in. You're way ahead of the Cleveland Browns. 7 degrees in Cleveland, Ohio. Cleveland, Ohio. Joe Burrow. Yes, there you go. Thumbs up. Hooday, Bengals Nation. Captain Ron checking in. I survived the Florida freeze out. I think we got down to 34 degrees. Yes, and I saw AccuWeather had some of the pictures. Indeed, yes, Sunday morning, you stepped out in southern Florida, the lizards. They were all littering the ground, had fallen out of the trees. They should have woke up during the afternoon, right? Hello, Larry. Afternoon. All hammered down. Be safe. Copy in the mail. Chevy Guy. Tank. Good morning and happy Monday. 40 degrees here in Memphis tonight. Getting ready to head out to Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. See, that 40 degrees, that's a big turnaround from a few days ago, huh? You like that warm-up? Probably feels like a heat wave. Scotty, hey there. I see you've got the Bungles orange glow going in the secret bunker. There you go. You notice? All right. That's the best I could do. Hooday. Brian, let's see. At the home 20 tonight. Everybody's saying hooday, hooday. Terry, Roy. James, have you seen the photos of the big protest in Ottawa? Yes, indeed, James, I have. And they showed up in mass on Saturday. Matter of fact, Sunday continued. It was day number 2 at the protest. Where's Justin Trudeau? We mentioned that. I get Thursday. Thursday, the authorities there in Canada said, oh, man, he was exposed to someone with COVID. We're gonna have to put him in seclusion, isolation for the next 5 days. The idea was to get through the entire weekend. Matter of fact, they actually moved him to a secret location over the weekend, took him out of his home. Justin Trudeau is literally hiding out in a secret bunker somewhere there in Ottawa this morning. Insane. We'll give you the latest on that coming up here. Let's see, 32 outside here in Cape Girardeau. Everybody be safe. Big shout out to you, Dr. Steve, and the crew. Happy Easter. All right, Buckeye Boy checking in from Sandy, Utah, where we've got 28 degrees. Hooday, Bengals going to the Super Bowl. Just chilling out till my delivery tomorrow, then hanging out till the show's over. Thursday, then picking up, headed back to Georgia. Looks like we're going to be having to go way south, maybe even all the way down to I-10 to get out of that nasty white stuff. Yeah, the models show you're seeing that there in the central portions of the country. Yeah, I'll be listening to the show intently Wednesday to determine which way I'll be going. No pressure on you, Steve. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. There's Too Tall checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hope y'all had a great weekend. Take care. Be safe. There's Dion. Hello, it's the Ice Cream Man checking in from Ontario, California. West Coast, left coast. All right. Billy on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive, folks. We've got 26 degrees in Wilson, North Carolina, as we're headed down to North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Secret bunker looks good, Steve. Well, thank you very much. B-Dude checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. There's Eric fixing to unload in Sumner, Washington. We've got great weather. 44 degrees here. Go Bengals. Lori, hi there. Morning, Steve, and everyone. 15 degrees here in Buffalo, New York tonight. Great lighting for the studio. All right. So you like that. It's about 17 past the hour. Yes, we got the latest on the Ontario protest, the latest on our next impending winter storm, far-reaching effects, a disruptive storm that will spread plowable snow and significant icing from the central and southern Rockies all the way into the parts of the Northeast. So anywhere from Denver to Dallas to Detroit, all in the zone, which could see wintry consequences and travel troubles coming up midweek this week. Again, the latest all ahead here on a Monday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So Saturday supposedly was, I guess, the big day, the biggest day of the rally in Ottawa, but there's still tons of trucks and other vehicles that were blocking the downtown area of Ottawa Sunday, day number 2, after thousands descended on the capital city. Trucks remain parked on the streets near Parliament. Of course, lawmakers are slated to resume work today after the holiday break. Now, there were still hundreds of protesters out on Sunday. There are some truckers saying they're not going to leave until the mandate's overturned. Former President Trump, that would be, speaking at the rally in Texas Saturday, praising the Canadian protesters for resisting bravely these lawless mandates. Kind of a sign that the politicization of the pandemic, seen mostly south of the border, has spread north of the border. All right, in Ottawa, though, thousands gathered peacefully Saturday. There were no arrests. Several incidents are being investigated, they say, but according to Ottawa's police, there was, desecration of the National War Memorial. Some threatening, intimidating behavior to some of the police, the city workers. But one protester was filmed dancing on the War Memorial, the tomb of the unknown soldier. There were some dumbasses there bearing flags with swastikas. There was a downtown mall that shut down because protesters were refusing to wear masks. Oh, heaven forbid. There was one conservative lawmaker who was handing out coffee at the protest, pictured standing near a Canadian flag bearing a swastika during a television interview. He later released a statement condemning the reprehensible protester. Yeah, there's always a few DAs in the crowd, right? All right, we do not condone any disrespectful behavior. That was the statement from the official Facebook page for the rally. It started out as a protest against a vaccine requirement for cross-border drivers, but ultimately has kind of morphed into a demonstration against the Trudeau government as a whole, with a strong anti-vaccination streak. Due to security concerns, Trudeau and his family left their downtown Ottawa home on Saturday. You know, he continues to maintain, Trudeau said that all those participating in that convoy were just a small fringe minority. You do not represent the views of Canadians, right? Yeah, as I mentioned that on our Thursday night, Friday morning show. I said, I guarantee you there's a lot of individuals participating, whether in the convoy or lining the streets, who actually are vaccinated. They don't like the mandate of forcing people to do it. I mean, they tell us about 90% of the cross-border truckers and nearly almost 79% of the population there in Canada has had 2 shots. Now, they are right now in the middle of a spike in the Omicron variant that's putting a strain on some of the hospitals. The transport minister ruled out reversing any of the mandates this past day. He said vaccines are the best way to protect ourselves and our economy. I guess he was on Canada, BC. Now, the Conservative Party supported the protest there in Canada. You know, they said a lot of this anger is really directly at Justin Trudeau. The right-wing's People Party of Canada, which holds no seats in Parliament, also turned out at the rally. Now, there was separately, I believe, let's move over to this particular province, Nova Scotia. The Canadian province of Nova Scotia made it illegal for people to gather along a highway ahead of that freedom convoy. The local government issued a directive under the Emergency Management Act prohibiting protesters from blocking Highway 104 near the Nova Scotia-New Brunswick border. The directive specifically stated supporters of the Freedom Convoy and another protest, the Atlantic Hold the Line event, cannot gather along the Highway 104 along the Nova Scotia-New Brunswick border. The directive stated that allowing people to gather in these areas would put themselves and others at risk. My message to anyone planning to blockade a highway is don't do it. That was from the Nova Scotia Premier last week. Yeah, Nova Scotians have no patience for blocking highway blockades, and personally, I have even less. So just don't do it. Those who disobey will face fines from $3,000 to $10,000. Corporations would face fines between $20,000 and $100,000. That order remains effective under the province's state of emergency, which has been extended every 2 weeks. Right now, it runs through February the 6th. All right, so we'll see. How many trucks were actually there? Supposedly, I've heard varying numbers. And that's why I was trying to avoid sharing numbers. Yeah, Hannity on his Friday show, I believe it was, maybe it was Thursday night. Whichever the case was, he was alluding to there may be 50,000. I don't think there were that many trucks involved, but all right, there you go. Rolling up on 27 past the hour. Our number is 844-3388. All right, Dave says, howdy, Steve. Those Bengals are going to win the Super Bowl. It's the year of the tiger in the Chinese New Year. He said, I can guarantee it. Well, I hope you're right. I hope that's the case. Hello to Hired Gun. Morning, everybody. Up early. Got to be in at 2 a.m. 37 clear here in Kingston, Georgia. Painted side stays on the top. By the way, there's Matt. Evening headed toward Illinois from Lebanon, Ohio. Chevy guy says, very cold down here. Brr. Cold in South Carolina. Let's see. Hired Gun says, question, why haven't the Canadian protest flowed down across the border? Have the American people lost their bananas? No longer have the desire to keep their liberties? You know, that was actually a question Hannity asked of the organizers in Canada. He had two of the organizers on his program. Are you getting support from U.S. drivers? Is there the possibility that U.S. drivers may join in and start their own sort of convoy? And, you know, they did make it sound as though some U.S. drivers, and obviously they would have to be back. Anyone that's going to be going into Canada has to be vaccinated. But they did have some U.S. drivers supposedly coming up to support. It's not about not wanting the shot. It's about the mandate. All right, let's see. David says, ugh, broke down, sitting on the shoulder, trying to keep warm here in Ohio. Uh-oh. Now, who asked? Captain Ron says, what is Who Day? Everybody's saying Who Day. Okay, come on, Captain Ron. That's kind of like the motto for the Cincinnati Bengals. The little chant, I don't know. I think, was it back in the 80s when that started? I'm thinking, yeah, I got the little song that goes along with it. Who Day? Who Day? Who Day think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. It's the Who Day Nation. Bengals. So now you know, Captain Ron. All right, let's get our news break in here, and we'll get things underway. Get to your calls coming up wide open on a Monday, closing out the weekend. It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are nearing agreement on sanctions against Russia over its massing of troops near the border with Ukraine and feared invasion. The U.S. promising to put Moscow on the defensive at the UN Security Council. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield on ABC's This Week saying our voices are unified in calling for the Russians to explain themselves.
Part of the reason we're calling for this meeting on Monday is one more opportunity to find a diplomatic way out.
Sunday, another day of major flight delays after the nation's northeast states were walloped by a massive winter storm. FlightAware reporting 1,500 flights canceled in and out of the U.S. and more than 2,300 delays. Tens of thousands without power. You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from television host and three-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we are about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-985-1813 now, and you'll receive a free copy of Josh Milberg's book, Next Gen Annuity Strategies Revealed. As a bonus, we'll also send you a copy of The #1 Mistakes Retirees Are Making with Their Investments Today, and a free DVD on how you can get up to 33% more income in retirement. Call 800-985-1813 now. Again, that's 800-985-1813. Employees of J.D. Milberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, There's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, what we got going on here? Our number is 844-3388. I'm looking at the video High Tech sent me. I don't have the audio on. Looking at his dogs asking humans for help. Okay, he shared that the link to that. It's a YouTube video that he shared via his Facebook page. He's watching us on Facebook, apparently. But all right. So for those over on YouTube, you got to go to the Facebook if you want to catch the link there. Let's see. He's actually on the line. Let's just jump right into it. Let's see what's going on with High Tech. What do you say, High Tech? How you like the Go Bengals orange?
Well, I've never really been a fan of watching sports on television. If I can't play it, I don't want to watch somebody else play it. That's why I like fishing and hunting. Okay. I can go out and do it myself.
So how was your weekend?
Well, it was nice and warm today, if you consider 44 degrees warm.
That's
But
it. Yeah.
it was warmer, so I got to do some cleanup work and all like that. But I was looking at the SpaceX launch schedule for this year, and they're putting the version 2 satellites up. They're talking about letting mobile people have internet, high-speed internet. So I guess that means for truck drivers, you'll be able to get the live internet, high-speed, going down the road. I mean, of course, you can already do that on the cell service, but it'll be a lot faster with the Starlink little dish on top of your truck. So I guess your show will be going good.
That's the whole SpaceX thing, right?
Yeah, the Starlink. Well, I think last year, probably about the time you went off of WLW's, I called in and mentioned to you about it, that why in the world would anybody pay for an XM Sirius service when you're going to get internet and get all that stuff for one price, and it'll be two-way, not just one-way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, actually, if I was driving a truck right now, you could probably have a PhD while you're driving a truck. I mean, every audio book and everything you could imagine ever wanted to learn is available while you're driving down the road now. So, yeah, there's no excuse. Have you done anything with crypto yet?
I have not. No. I don't understand it enough. It's above my pay grade, and I'm just leary of it. You see the ups and the downs, and I get the whole.
Make it.
Go ahead.
I'll make Bitcoin super simple to you. Have you got a dollar bill or a $5 or any denomination of money sitting around handy?
Certainly.
Okay. You see, it's got a serial number on it, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, you can just consider that a Bitcoin. Now, the only thing is, how much would that dollar bill be worth if there was only ever 21 million of them ever to be in existence? So how much would that dollar be worth if there could never be more than 21 million of them?
Mm-hmm.
That's the point behind a digital currency. There's a set mathematical number that can only be that many of them. That's why they do not lose value. In other words, that's why the bankers hate those things, is because they can't control the supply. It's just a set amount, and it takes it out of the hand of the government. So I like it. I think the government's going to shut it down. They're going to do it just like they did in China, where they outlawed it, because it'll be in competition with the digital yuan. So they made all that illegal in China. And as soon as it gets to where, the big wigs on Wall Street get threatened by, we can't have no money that the people are in charge of, if they can't be in charge of it, surely you can't trust us with it. So they'll make some stupid law against it. I know there's something you need for your studio, though.
What's that?
A puppy. I'll send you a puppy to put in there. You can put it on your desk, and he would knock all those bottles over.
Yeah.
And I know what his name would be right now.
What's that?
Damn it.
Damn it, dog.
Stop it, damn it. Get off of there. Get off of there, damn it. Yeah, that's what min pens are good for. They're good for. You think you named them one thing, but their name winds up being damn it. So I just thought I'd call up and give you the information. So I take it you enjoyed my attempt at what do you call that? Video manipulation.
Yeah, I can see their mouths are moving. Looks like they're talking. So.
Yeah, well, that's what they do. They talk, so. But they don't talk good enough where I can make any money off of that.
Okay.
So anyway, I just figured now that you're on YouTube, I get notifications when your show starts. It's
right.
Oh, little thing buzzes. When you was on the air, I didn't get no buzzer. It's like if I was sitting around and I didn't actually have it, remember it, I wouldn't even know you was there. See, now you're into the 21st century. You're on the internet. We get notified when you start talking.
How about that? Isn't that special? Well, we've already had already had a 1 week suspension from YouTube. That's one strike. Now we got to be careful not to get strike two, because there's a third strike and you're out.
How did you do it? I mean, let's see, back in 2011, I got my first, I was demonetized in 2012. Got my first strike in 2011. I'm experienced to get strikes. I'm the old time bad boy.
Well, as soon as we flipped the switch to monetize on YouTube, because we've got an audience big enough to do that, it was like in a matter of days we had our first strike. So I said, all right, screw the monetization thing.
Yeah, well, you know what? As soon as you let a bunch of truck drivers and hillbillies and then like that get on the air, you're going to get all kinds of strikes. And then they don't want you playing music. I've got a little video I put with David Lee Roth. I think it was David Lee Roth. They did Jump, that song Jump. Yeah. And I had a men pin at the fence just jumping up and down. And I just used like a few second clip of that jump. And they hit me with a strike on that. It's like, alrighty. But, I don't make no money off of it, so I don't care. So, and you're going to put people like me on the air, you're going to have strikes right and left.
I hear you.
I can say,
that's the way it works.
I can say the name of that evil thing they stick in your arm, and they'll give you a strike for it.
Bingo.
I can mention something about,
that's exactly what happened.
I can mention something about zinc, Oh, that's what they give you in the hospital. Vitamin D, zinc, and vitamin C, the combination. But I took zinc a long time ago because I found out taking that, you don't get bit nowhere near as much by mosquitoes and ticks when you're walking through the woods if you take zinc. I think it makes us taste bad.
Well, that better be true information, because if that's deemed not true information, you'll get us a strike.
Yeah, I know it, but that's I'm just giving you my personal experience, even though I do have a piece of paper saying I'm a doctor. I ordered it on the internet, so it's got to be true. So,
Dr. Sardi, Dr. Sardi, thank you very much. All right, High Tech. Good to hear from you this Monday. And it is 844-3388. Let's see, some of our other listening friends checking in here. Who we got? There's Buck Steve working a few nighttime dispatch shifts. Yeah, good to see you and your studio there. And let's see, the whole Who Day thing. Yeah, I guess they're arguing back and forth about, it started with the Saints because the Saints had the Who Dat. I remember hearing about a debate, who was first, Who Day or Who Dat. Yeah, Who Day think gonna beat them Bengals. That's an old song from the team, like I said. And no, the Bengals started Who Day before the Saints. Crazy Ray said, well, the tradition was codified in 2010. But New Orleans Saints fans have been crying out Who Dat since long before then, supposedly. Who Dat, Who Dat. Who Dat to talk about beating Saint, okay, whatever that is. All right, the Saints. All right, so for what it's worth, yes. Who Day. Who Day was put on the original Hootapole cans. Yes, since it's a Cincinnati beer, Hootapole. When the Bengals went to the Super Bowl in 1982 and in 1989, as a matter of fact, I think I've got one or two of those Hootapole bottles with the Who Day on it. I could bring that in the studio for good luck, right? Now, here's the key about the Bengals winning. I went to bed after the first quarter of last week's game against the Titans, and had to wait till I got up in the evening because, of course, I've got to be on Sunday night. And lo and behold, the Bengals beat the Titans. I got up and I was like, wow, how could they do that? I didn't expect it. I went to bed this past day when it was 7-0. So it was early in the game because the game didn't start till like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And, again, Bengals down 7-0. I don't know, it was a little after 6 o'clock in the evening. I hear all this yelling and hollering. My daughter comes running in. We're going to the Super Bowl. I'm like, are you kidding me? They actually won? They beat Kansas City again? Now, does that mean, am I going to have to go to bed Super Bowl Sunday to keep things going, the winning streak alive? I'd hate to have to miss the game. All right, quick time out here. Clear lines wide open on a Monday. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, for any fans of the Bengals out there that, put some money down, put their money where their mouth was. I know there was one guy that shared a ticket last week. It was a $50 wager. Now, obviously, you had to put these bets way back when. And I guess he won $3,000 this past day because it was $50 to win, I guess, the championship, not the Super Bowl. I've got another friend, Bob Tennis. Bob's been on the program a couple times over the years, and he posted a photograph here. He bought the ticket on September the 25th of last year. He put $10 down. It's the actual Caesar's Palace ticket. I mean, it looks like he's had it folded up in his wallet. It's kind of faded and whatnot. But a $10 wager on the Bengals to win Super Bowl 56. If they win on February the 15th, he'll cash in at $1,510, $1,500 for a $10 wager. Good luck, Bob. I hope they pull it out of the hat. So, what were the odds? Yeah, big time. 800 to 1 kind of odds, those sort of things. Meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. All right, forecasters tracking our next system. Winter and spring are going to begin to duke it out across the middle of the country right about the time Punxsutawney Phil makes his highly anticipated forecast on Wednesday, Groundhog Day. The clash of the seasons will commence as a fresh wave of Arctic air dives southward into the northern plains, while warm, moist air from the Gulf of Mexico begins surging northward, which will lead to an expansive area of snow and ice, extending along approximately a 2,000-mile-long swath of the country, which is expected to break out beginning as early as Tuesday night for portions of Colorado and New Mexico to Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan. By Wednesday night, the wintry hazards are expanding further south and east into Texas, Arkansas, and part of the lower Ohio Valley. Now, depending on the exact track of the storm, an extended zone of ice may develop from central Texas eastward through the Ohio Valley. Areas like Dallas, Little Rock, Indianapolis could be under a significant ice threat around midweek. Any areas that receive significant icing from this storm can expect downed trees and power lines. The scope of the storm over such a large area will amplify logistical disruptions. There's just not going to be enough crews to go around. For some areas in this corridor, now this is the problem, the period of icing could last from 12 to 24 hours or more. Travel will be extremely difficult and dangerous where the freezing rain is the primary type of precipitation. You'll get that glaze of ice on untreated roads and sidewalks. And of course, it clings to the trees and power lines, leading to power outages. Just to the north and west of the icy corridor is going to be that accumulating zone of plowable snowfall. Right now, the heaviest snow is likely to fall across central and southern Rockies, where we could see 3-foot accumulation totals. Forecasters caution that even outside of the mountains, enough snow to cause slippery roadways and disruptions will encompass a very broad area. A swath of heavy snow accumulating in excess of 1 inch per hour could extend from portions of eastern Kansas into central Illinois, northern Indiana, southeastern Michigan, northwest Ohio, totals in excess of 6 inches. Even portions of western Texas, Amarillo to Midland, and Oklahoma City may not be spared from the wintry side of this system, as ongoing mild weather is going to be replaced by the harsh chill. Temperatures are going to plummet 20 to 30 degrees over a 24-hour period across the south-central states, they tell us. Now, the preceding warmth in this part of the country would allow for any snow to initially melt on contact with roads and sidewalks, but as the snow continues to fall and the temperatures plummet, conditions could turn icy in a hurry. The rush of cold air may be potent enough for some snow and ice to reach as far south as the Big Bend of Texas later Wednesday into Thursday. Now, the broad nature of this storm is going to lead to significant delays for travelers on the road, in the air, airline passengers with arrival and departure flights or connections from Denver to Dallas, St. Louis, Chicago, Detroit, Indianapolis. Be prepared to face weather-related delays about midweek. We go back in 2011. There was a storm on Groundhog Day that brought immense snow and travel problems to the Chicago area. Now, the Windy City may be right on the edge of the significant snow accumulations with this storm. As the storm shifts toward the eastern seaboard late this week, those travel woes are going to be directly affecting some of those larger hubs in the Northeast. Now, unlike the big bomb cyclone over the weekend that brought you feet of snow in the Northeast, this storm is expected to bring a mixed bag of precip there. Yeah, forecasters stress even small changes in the track of the storm could have large implications on what type of precip and whether a location finds themselves in the rain or the steady snow or significant icing. In addition, the push of dry air behind the storm could plunge even further south than currently anticipated. That would lead to lower snowfall amounts on the northern and western edge of the storm system. Now, heavy rain from eastern Texas through the Tennessee Valley and portions of the southeast could lead to some flooding concerns. And yes, we could even be talking some localized severe weather with this system. Forecasters continue to monitor the latest trends. And obviously, we'll have more details on the exact timing, snowfall amounts. I'd say 24 hours from now as we're heading into Tuesday, because by Tuesday evening, this is all going to be unfolding back into parts of Colorado, the Rockies. So hang in there. We'll see which model comes up correct. The Euro, the GFS, or some of the others. All right, with that, our number's 844-844-3388. And we'll get back to your calls just ahead here. Let's see, I mentioned that Canadian officials moving Prime Minister Trudeau and his family from their home to a secret bunker. Safety concerns as the thousands descended on the Capitol Saturday. Trudeau's office wouldn't comment on the family's location. According to the CBC, the Prime Minister was moved after the Canadian Parliament's Sergeant-at-Arms warned demonstrators could actually show up at officials' homes. The Trudeaus live on a property at the Governor's General residence, about 2.5 miles from the center of where these protests were taking place. Trudeau's itinerary simply reads, he's in the National Capital Region. The Prime Minister, however, is in isolation after one of his children recently tested positive for COVID-19. Well, the Prime Minister's home apparently did come under attack in 2020 when a Canadian Armed Forces member with a gun rammed a vehicle into the property's gates. Again, the organizers of this truck convoy and whatnot were clearly expressing they intended to have no violence involved. They're trying to send the message that these mandates are overreaching. That's all they were trying to say. With that, all right, news update, much more to come. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
Russia invading Ukraine could happen at any time, according to Pentagon spokesman John Kirby, who tells Fox News Sunday that Russian President Vladimir Putin has a lot of options available to him if he wants to further invade Ukraine.
He could do something on a small scale. Could do something on a fairly large scale. And he continues to add troops to that border with Ukraine. We're watching that even over the course of this weekend.
Epoch Times reporting top Defense Department officials share a grim outlook of the immediate future, pointing to Russian troops amassed along the Ukraine-Russia border, as well as the number of troops in Belarus. Russian ships are positioned in the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. Treacherous conditions continue in the Northeast due to a massive winter storm. It's knocked out power to tens of thousands and delayed or canceled thousands of flights. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
President Trump dropping hints of taking back the White House at a rally in Texas Saturday night.
And in 2024, we are going to take back that beautiful, beautiful house that happens to be white, that is so magnificent, and that we all love. We are going to take back the White House.
Former president also saying that if he got back in office, that he would pardon those charged criminally in connection with January 6th. Democrats' second highest ranking member in the Senate has reached out to moderate Republican Senator Susan Collins of Maine regarding President Joe Biden's nominee to the Supreme Court and says Republicans will be given an opportunity to meet with the nominee.
We're going to make sure we have answers to any questions you might have. It's going to be a deliberate process, but we're not going to get bogged down.
Senator Durbin on ABC's This Week. The president has said he will nominate a black woman to replace Justice Stephen Breyer, who announced his retirement last week. This is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
A mass casualty event in northern Las Vegas as a driver crashes into multiple vehicles, leaving 9 people dead.
Witnesses stated that the Dodge Challenger did run a red light and struck multiple vehicles, causing a chaotic event.
Officer Alexander Cuevas of North Las Vegas Police says it's unlike any mass casualty traffic collision they've seen before. 15 people were involved. As masses of truck drivers and other protesters demonstrate in Canada's capital, rally organizers say they will stay until their demands are met. The convoy is requesting the federal government end COVID-19 mandates and remove the vaccination passport requirement. Protesters arriving from around the country on Saturday in Ottawa, parking their vehicles by Parliament Hill. Kid Rock has announced he will cancel all tour dates in cities or venues that have mask or COVID-19 vaccine mandates. The singer confirming several U.S. cities have already been taken off the tour list due to the requirements and mandates. Kid Rock saying he believes when his tour kicks off, a number of cities will have already rescinded their mandates. If not, fans will get their money back. A carbon monoxide leak in the pool area at a hotel in Ohio has sickened 14 people, many of them said to be in critical condition. Victims reported being dizzy with burning throats. Hotel was evacuated as all potential sources of carbon monoxide were turned off. There's still no word what caused the leak. For USA Radio News, I'm Jeremy Scott.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hello to Buster Brown, checking in here this Monday as we make our way into the final day of January. Can you believe that? Hey, there's another month of winter. We'll be closing out. Winter can't get behind us fast enough for me. But yeah, Buster Brown said, "Hoo-day all the way, please." Wow, Steve, great week of work. I like the color of the bunker there. Thank you. Yeah, a little different. Meanwhile, as we get to hour number 2 off and rolling, our number 844-844-3388. So we had the bomb cyclone that walloped New England Saturday into Sunday. Things were much more tranquil this past day. That's going to be changing this week. Winter and spring, as we mentioned, going to collide. Far-reaching storm unfolding right around Groundhog Day. All types of weather, snow and ice, soaking rain, severe thunderstorms. Now, this storm will begin its journey across the country, first bringing some nuisance rain and snow to portions of the Northwest. It's going to strengthen as it crosses the Rockies and enters the central and southern plains as we turn the page on the calendar over to February. That's where you then get the clash of the air masses, the warm moisture out of the Gulf, the cold air surging in out of Canada. That's the ideal environment to create an area of low pressure that will intensify. Now, the northern and western flank of the center of the storm. Get ready for plowable snow, areas further south and east, soaking rain, even the potential for some severe thunderstorms should all the proper ingredients come into place here. If you're going to be moving freight across the central and eastern portions of the country this week, you're probably going to need to allow some additional time to reach your destination and prepare for what could be lengthy weather delays at the airports. All right, the exact details of the areas at greatest risk of accumulating snow, slippery travel should be ironed out over the next couple of days. But again, we mentioned areas from Denver to Kansas City to Chicago and Detroit. All be making plans now. You could see some of that wintry weather. The impending storm projected to take place right on the anniversary of the blizzard of 2011 that left thousands of Chicagoans stranded on major highways during rush hour. Forecasters say it's still too early to determine whether the storm of that caliber may be on the table this week. But all it takes, of course, is a coating or a few inches to create your travel hazards. All right, rain, some of which will be heavy, is forecast to fall south and east of the other areas from the lower Mississippi Valley through much of the southeast. And the potential exists for severe thunderstorms as well. Forecasters are kind of honing in on the exact areas at risk for potent thunderstorms in the coming days. But places such as Little Rock, Arkansas, Nashville, Jackson, Mississippi, Montgomery, Alabama, will all be at risk of downpours and thunderstorm activity, regardless of the severity. Reduced visibility on the roadways from the intensity of the rain, the blowing spray from other vehicles, big impacts on the interstate travel there. Now, with the cold air in place across much of the central and eastern U.S., during the latter half of January here, severe weather, with the exception of tornadic activity across southern Florida back on the 16th, has been nearly non-existent. This is going to be a flip in the pattern that's going to begin to bring some warmth back to the east and the south. So we're going to begin to see that risk of thunderstorm activity beginning to ramp up. You start to make your way toward that transition season from winter to spring. All right. It is 844-844-3388. One of the breaking stories out of Pittsburgh Friday. Have you seen the footage of the bridge collapse? What's the irony of the day the president is forecast to come into a city to talk about infrastructure? The Forbes Avenue Bridge, they're in Pittsburgh, collapsing. About 6:40 a.m. Friday morning, 5 vehicles and 1 Port Authority bus were actually on the bridge at the time of the collapse. Amazingly, no fatalities or critical injuries reported. 10 people were evaluated and treated for some minor injuries, including some first responders. At least 3 were transported to local hospitals, non-life-threatening injuries. Responders, though, had to rappel anywhere from 100 to 150 feet. And it was an all-day sort of rescue operation. Making matters worse, the bridge collapse caused a massive gas leak. According to the fire chief, the Red Cross had set up a victim assistance unit in the area. But obviously, the cause of the collapse is under investigation. Frick Park is closed to pedestrians and vehicles as crews continued to clean up there. The National Transportation Safety Board over the weekend sent what they call a go team to the scene. Now, there was a tweet that appears to show the bridge severely damaged by rusted beams. Now, that was a photo from December the 28th of 2018. Landline said we could not verify the photo if it's the same bridge as the one that collapsed, but the service number reveals a location of Forbes Avenue. Ironically, the president was scheduled to be in Pittsburgh on Friday to talk about the infrastructure bill. And apparently, the president actually visited the scene of the collapse while he was in the area. I've been coming to Pittsburgh a long time, and as a former Pennsylvanian, he said, I didn't realize there are literally more bridges in Pittsburgh than any other city in the world. I didn't realize that either. Did you know? More than Venice. They're gonna fix all these bridges. No joke. That's talking about the massive infrastructure bill. There's a major bridge program on January the 14th. The Pennsylvania Department of Transportation Deputy Secretary highlighted the infrastructure bill's benefits, specifically as they pertain to the bridges in Pennsylvania. Now, here we have a tragic example of why the infrastructure bill just enacted is very much needed. Well, we should be constantly investing more in the infrastructure so our bridges and public works don't reach this sort of point of disrepair. According to PennDOT, though, here's the numbers. Pennsylvania has one of the largest state-maintained bridge networks in the entire nation. More than 25,400 bridges maintained by PennDOT. That number grows to about 32,000 when considering state and local networks. The Forbes Avenue Bridge was owned by the city. But amazing, just seeing those vehicles that collapsed, went down with the bridge, even the bus. I haven't seen any numbers as far as how many may have been on the bus. Must not have been that many people on it, but no fatalities, no critical injuries. But what a mess. Hey, let's head on down to Texas, I believe, with Eagle. What's going on this Monday morning, Eagle?
Okay, what's doing? Before I get started, stay out. Hold on for a minute. Let me get up front. First of all, I want to say, congratulations to Cincinnati, for winning the game. I know a lot of people. The only thing bad about the Cincinnati, like I say, I like Joe Burrow, but he doesn't have much of personality. I know some of the people at the Super Bowl. He's gonna have to have a better personality than that. To show a little bit of enthusiasm. When they win the game. But he's a hell of a quarterback. But he's not the most energetic person in the world. So I know a lot of people would rather see Patrick Mahomes, in the Super Bowl other than him. But like Cincinnati is going, so I got to give him congratulations. It's been a long time since Cincinnati been to the Super Bowl. And one other thing I wanted to say, Steve, before I give you an update on the Texas rally, which I attended. While I was waiting on hold, one of your news breaks gave an update on a car accident in Las Vegas, Nevada. Hopefully you can talk about this after I hang up. This guy here, another high-speed accident. Earlier this year, an NFL football player killed a woman. He was traveling in a Chevrolet Corvette, traveling over 100 miles an hour, 120, 130 miles an hour, something like that, and ran into the back of another car and burned the woman alive. Happened in Las Vegas, and guess what happened today? I was looking at it while I was on hold. Another vehicle, a Dodge Charger, a man was traveling over 100 miles an hour in a Dodge Charger and ran a red light and ran into a family with 7 people in the vehicle. He wiped out a whole family, plus he got killed and the woman that was in his car. So 9 people all together got killed because this idiot decided to run a red light. Like I said, he wiped out a whole family of 7 people. 4 adults and 3 kids were wiped out in this accident.
Horrible.
Did you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. That's the reason why I'm about to say what I got to say. That's the reason why I want to tell people, just because a light turns green, just because your light turns green at an intersection doesn't mean you need to pull out. Now, Steve, before I pull out, whether I'm driving my truck or a car, I wait at least a second or 2 seconds. Sometimes I hear people blowing the horn at me, to tell me to move. Because nowadays, that, Steve, I probably happens in Cincinnati, a red light means absolutely nothing to people in America anymore. How many times have you been sitting at a red light and you know damn well that light has turned red, and you see 3 or 4 cars through that on a red light? And all you got to do is stop. Just because you have a green light doesn't mean you need to pull out when that light turns green. Because I promise you, nowadays, in a lot of major intersections nowadays around the country, Steve, it means absolutely nothing. There's no telling who might be trying to run that red light and run T-bone you right in the middle of the intersection and you lose your life. What'd you say?
I said, yes, that is correct. I see it every day, every single day.
Yeah, it's a damn shame that people are in that big of a rush. And I see it all the time. You would see people with their family. I'm talking about women, Steve, with 2 or 3 kids in the back seat of the car. If you got your family in the car, you should drive extra careful anyway. Why would you want to run a red light and you got 2 babies sitting in the back seat of your vehicle, 3 and 4 years old? Why would you want to put your kids at risk of running a red light? Are you in that big of a hurry to where you can't wait, for a red light a minute or 2? It just makes absolutely no sense, Steve, the way people drive nowadays. And now, just like I said, now this man he's dead now anyway. He lost his life and he took 7 other people. He wiped out a whole family for no reason whatsoever, all because he didn't want to stop at a red light. And that's a damn shame. But like I say, and the youngest person in the vehicle was 5 years old. The youngest person that was killed in this accident was 5 from what said on the news report. And that's a damn shame. A 5-year-old kid lost his life like that. But that's the state of America right now. Now, let me move on to the Donald Trump rally, Steve, which I attended last night, which was a success. There were over 50,000 individuals that attended this rally last night in Conroe, Texas, a suburb of Houston, brother. Over 50,000 people. And if anybody didn't know, like it ain't no big surprise to me. Donald Trump had been saying that he didn't want to give the okay that he was going to run for president. But Donald Trump is definitely running for president. He basically said it last night in some of the things that he said, that if he was to become president again, and they raising hell about that, but he's definitely doing the right thing. He said that he would pardon all the people that were unjustly put in jail for this January 6th deal that went down. So he said if he was to be put into voted in as president, that he definitely would do that. Plus, he said, Steve, the main thing that people down here in Texas are happy about, the main thing that I'm happy about, I know for sure, is Trump said that this loser that we have in the White House immediately stopped when he got in the White House. Donald Trump said that if he was elected president, that he would immediately start rebuilding the wall on the southern border of the United States. And I forgot how many days or weeks he said it would take for him to complete it, but he said he was going to put a fast track on the completion of a wall if he was voted in as president again. And when have you heard Joe Biden say he wanted to put a wall up, Steve, to protect the American people? You won't hear him say that. And you won't hear him say that. And remember, I told you that, Steve. I had forgot about the challenge that I gave Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, which they still, yet to this day, Steve, it's been over a year now. They've been in the White House, and guess what? Just in case anybody didn't know, Joe Biden didn't care about the southern border. I got proof right there. Joe Biden still hasn't come down to no southern state, which is Arizona, California, Texas, or New Mexico, on the southern border to check out the situation and see what the hell's going on. And he won't go to the southern border because he's not concerned about what's going on at the southern border, Steve. And like you said last week, Steve, they call him red-handed. They call Joe Biden red-handed. You know, they're trying to say his old video. Can you believe that, Steve? Now they're trying to say that information you gave last week is old video of these buses that were transporting people to airports and transporting them all over the United States illegal. They trying to say this video is from last year, sometime in August, and that's nothing but a lie. They're still transporting people to this very day, Steve. Mm-hmm. Are you still there?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean,
did you hear that?
And I know I've got the report here.
Did you hear that lie that they tried?
Yes.
Yeah. What'd you say?
They're lying about it. I mean, I've got a story here beside me. I'll get to that here in a little bit. That that amazed me. There's dissension in the actual Border Patrol. They had a bunch of the Border Patrol guys that had gathered, and the Border Patrol chief was trying to talk to him, and a video got leaked by one of the agents. And, they're angry with the fact that we are releasing. They feel like their job is useless. Their job is futile. I mean, the Border Patrol chief makes it sound like they're rescuing people.
Yeah, you still there?
Yeah, go ahead, Eagle.
Okay, yeah, let me say this right quick, because remember I told you last week, Steve, I had left Laredo, Texas. I was in Laredo, and that's where that video took place at. They said that whatever that idiot's name that's in charge of the Border Patrol, that some of the agents turned their back on him when he was talking, and because they have no respect for him, because all they're doing is catching. It's what they're basically. Joe Biden has already told them to catch and release. That's basically what they're doing, Steve. They catch an illegal alien and they transport him to a location, do some paperwork on him, and give him a so-called court date, which you'll never attend. Well, once you release him into the United States, we've already talked. You'll never see that guy again, and he won't attend that court date. Yeah, but that's basically what they're doing is catch. I told you last week, Steve, when I got to the border checkpoint in Laredo, Texas, when you leave Laredo, you have to go through a checkpoint. It was like about 20 or 30 miles on the outside of the town. They have a guy that's sitting in a little booth, and this guy, you should have seen the guy. This guy was laid back in the chair. You could barely see this guy. He act like he could care less if you was a U.S. citizen or not. This guy here, you pull up to the booth, he says, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" And you say yes or no, and you keep on driving. Now, how can you tell if a man is a U.S. citizen or not? If I ask him a question, how can you just look at somebody and say, "Okay, you're a U.S. citizen, keep on driving"? That's how low the morale is going to get the Border Patrol, Steve. They basically just letting anybody come on in because they know now that it doesn't do any good to arrest somebody, because Joe Biden is not going to do nothing but release this man back into the country again. It's like a revolving door. It don't become a revolving door with the Border Patrol administration. Steve, it's a complete embarrassment. Just like Donald Trump said. Donald Trump, he said last night at his rally, and you know this for a fact, we had the most secure border in the history of the United States of America when Donald Trump was in the White House. He had already secured a deal with the Mexican president to make the individual stay in Mexico until they received the court date to seek asylum. And then Joe Biden threw that in the trash. Everything that Trump tried to do, he turned it around and put it in the garbage can, and now you see what we got. We got basically no southern border, just like Trump said last night. Like I said, Steve, Trump is definitely in the race to run for president. And if you listen to Donald Trump talk, there's a totally different. I just wanted to go see it for myself. You could tell Donald Trump sounds like a president when you listen to Joe Biden. This guy here has no power whatsoever. You know, you see what. Do you really believe, like you said, Steve, do you really believe that Vladimir Putin would be getting ready to go into Ukraine right now if Trump was in the White House? With North Korea, guess what? North Korea started up the nuclear program again, releasing missiles. When Donald Trump was in the White House, neither one of these things taking place. The whole was totally in chaos in less than a year. And I'll end my call by saying this. The scary part about Joe Biden is, Steve, is unfortunately we still got 3 more years to deal with this game, and all hell could break loose in the next 3 years. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, thank you very much. Yeah, and the case out of Las Vegas he was speaking of, this was someone doing in excess of 100 miles per hour in a 35-mile-per-hour zone. 7 of the 9 killed were actually family members. 4 children, 3 adults. Whole family wiped out. According to officials this past day, 2 others who suffered fatal injuries were in a Dodge Challenger. That was the vehicle that blew the red light at more than 100 miles per hour. Again, where the speed limit's 35. At the intersection there, at least 4 other vehicles, separate vehicles, people were injured. Now, the North Las Vegas police call it the deadliest wreck on Valley roads in recent history. The Clark County Coroner's Office Sunday night identified 8 of the 9 people killed in the crash. Those who were in the Toyota Sienna. A 5-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 13, a 15-year-old, a 23, a 25, and a 35-year-old, all from North Las Vegas. Driver of the Challenger, identified as Gary Robinson of North Las Vegas. The passenger of the Challenger, not yet identified as of Sunday night. After the Challenger, with his passenger, who was also in his 50s, struck the minivan. This is like 3 o'clock in the afternoon Saturday. The Sienna collided with a white Ford Fusion, driven by a 31-year-old woman. Those 3 vehicles were pushed into the westbound lanes, where 3 other vehicles were struck. Most of the vehicles ended up in a vacant lot in the northeast corner of the intersection. But that's, North Las Vegas mayor addressing reporters outside of City Hall this past day. We had an unprecedented loss of life in our community yesterday. Said we really care when something happens in the community. And, this pulls the heart right out of it. But 100 miles per hour. Now, at 100 miles per hour in a 35 zone, that light may have, he may not have been able to slow down at those kind of speeds. Even if he tried to slow down, he would have blown through the intersection. All right, with that, we'll get a quick time out here. Get a news update at the bottom of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are nearing agreement on sanctions against Russia over its massing of troops near the border with Ukraine and feared invasion. The U.S. promising to put Moscow on the defensive at the UN Security Council. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield on ABC's This Week saying our voices are unified in calling for the Russians to explain themselves.
Part of the reason we're calling for this meeting on Monday is one more opportunity to find a diplomatic way out.
Sunday, another day of major flight delays after the nation's northeast states were walloped by a massive winter storm. FlightAware reporting 1,500 flights canceled in and out of the U.S. and more than 2,300 delays. Tens of thousands without power. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you taking Viagra and tired of paying $50 per tablet? Marley Drug has generic Viagra for just $10 per tablet. $10 for generic Viagra is a savings of $40 per dose. Call now and get free shipping on 10 tablets or more of generic Viagra. Marley Drug is a North Carolina pharmacy licensed in all 50 states. For information, go to marleygenerics.com or call us at 800-515-3062. That's 800-515-3062.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
welcome back on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Hey, just a heads up, this is finally going to be a short work week for me. What was supposed to be our trek down south over the New Year's weekend, that got pushed to the weekend after that, and the weekend after that. It's finally on this weekend. Everybody's recovered from COVID on this end. So I'll be here Monday this morning, then Tuesday, Wednesday morning, and then it'll be our long weekend where we're supposed to be headed south. And now we're looking at this forecast, the insanity of the snow and the ice and the potential severe weather. I don't know how that's all going to work out, but so I'm one of those that's supposed to be traveling for our Groundhog's Day into Thursday, and so we'll see how it goes. But let's check in with Extreme Weather Chaser Propane One. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. Just another glorious Monday, I guess. So I guess that might have been answer to one of my questions I was going to have for you here, what you just said. I was going to ask you if we were going to have the high-up muckety-muck high commander in on Friday, but unless he's running the show himself, I guess not then, right?
That has been slated for February 11th, I believe it is. The following Friday, yep.
All right. Well, that sounds good then. Unless, of course, your plans get changed and you have to push out a week because of weather and all that. So, you know how all that goes. So anyways, what do we got going for you? Congratulations to the Bengals.
Yes, how about that?
Yeah, we got getting ready to eat dinner there. Thinking about getting ready to eat dinner there, and popped on the television there to maybe look at some news. And I don't know, there was most of I guess it was before news time. There was most of the fourth quarter left to play, and there's the Bengals tied with the Chiefs, and they said they came back at 18 unanswered points. It was 21-3 that they were starting out with in the second half, and came back with 18 unanswered points, and they got down there and ended up the last final drive there in the second quarter there. Actually, I think it was their only drive of the second quarter ended up in a field goal to put them in the lead, and so they came back with 21 unanswered points, and then they had a little bit left over for the Chiefs to actually get a hold of the ball for the second half, and they went down the field, and I don't know, there was some mishaps on both sides. I thought there was a lot of places both teams could have capitalized on a lot of things in that second half, and the Chiefs end up tying the game instead of being able to get a touchdown to win, and then they get into overtime, and the poor Bengals, they don't get the coin toss their way. It goes the other way, even though they get the call heads, and they there was one chance there very early in the Chiefs' drive that the Bengals had for an interception. I mean, it was right in the Bengals defender's hands, and he didn't grab a hold of it, and we're all thinking, well, there was your opportunity to stop the Chiefs, and geez, when you know the next play or two later there, that long throw downfield and gets batted away, and boy, I tell you, that ended up right in the breadbasket. You couldn't ask for a better rebound pickup than that, right in the breadbasket there to get on that, and then my wife and I are asking each other. I said, well, they get down to close into field goal range, and it's like, why are the Bengals still playing? Why don't they just kick the field goal and be done with this game? And now Joe Burrow's out there and making a run play and a run play and a run play, and it's like, oh, what are you doing? Just kick the ball and be done with this. And so finally they ended up doing that on a third down. But I tell you what, kind of hats off to both quarterbacks there, because I tell you what, both of them were doing good jobs scrambling, getting out of the pocket and, avoiding being sacked. But the Bengals did capitalize on a few sacks there, I saw. So that was pretty cool to watch. And it was a good, entertaining game. I'm I'm not one to, if I don't just happen across it, I don't go chasing after it, and I won't give them a nickel or anything for it, but I'll sit there and be entertained by it. I don't have any problem being entertained. So congratulations to them, and we'll see what happens. And speaking of football here, did you see there's a kid out there, and he's got a whole movement started. He wants to move the Super Bowl to Saturday. What do you think about having the Super Bowl on Saturday instead of Super Bowl Sunday?
Well, I love the idea because I miss the Super Bowl, year after year. I mean, I have to sleep. I have to go to bed on Sunday evening because I got to work Sunday nights.
And that's the reason he's wanting to do it. He's saying that all the kids in America can't sit up and watch the football game on Sunday night because they got to go to school Monday.
Yeah.
But then he says for the adult population, all of them just don't bother to go to work Monday. They just all get out there and watch football, eat chicken wings, and drink beer and get drunk, and then don't bother to go to work Monday. So he said it'd be a whole lot better for the workforce if they moved the game to Saturday. So, but anyways, hey, on to industry news here. Trucking news. Flipping through TikTok, thanks to Big Moose. I don't do any of the social media stuff, but he did get me hooked into TikTok with a couple of his songs that I chased after. So I've had that app on my phone, and I'm flipping through TikTok, and there's a lot of the Freedom Convoy. Of course, my algorithms and TikTok got me all into trucks and racing and stuff. So the straight line race, and I come up with a lot of that and a lot of the diesel stuff. So, anyways, I got a lot of the people with the Freedom Convoy popping up on me, and I must have come across one of the event leaders, and he was walking around Ottawa there on Saturday morning doing a live stream, and he said that he'd had report of cubes of bricks that were being placed around the city. Have you heard anything about anything going on with bricks at all up there? Kind of like what we had in Washington and that?
No, sir.
So I don't know if they ever ended up finding any. He didn't know of any at the time, he said, but he said if anybody sees them, to make sure they get a hold of him. I mean, it was, as I say, I believe it was one of the event leaders, and but they were reporting that there was a possibility of some bricks being set up around. It just sounds kind of familiar of the January 6th thing, doesn't it?
Yeah, sure does.
A few other places there was protests in the cities. So, anyways, I don't know. What else we got for you? I guess we have the weather. We can go do something about the weather. We have had a little bit of weather over the weekend. Did you hear anything about us having weather over the weekend, Your Honor?
How much snow did you get? I mean, I saw parts of Maryland got 10 inches. Were you in that zone or no?
Yeah, no. That was all out on the eastern shore there. We really didn't get that much. We had about an inch at the house. I did get the grandson out for the first time. I got a couple of those little snow thrower things, snow brooms, the little 2-stroke motors on them, little Toros with a beater bar. It really doesn't have a whole lot. So I put the 8-year-old grandson behind one of them, let him go up and down the driveway. He moved a lot of snow. I don't know how much he actually got off the driveway, but we have 200 foot of driveway, so he was pushing the thing up and down the driveway, doing circles, donuts, figure eights, all kinds of stuff, and having a good time just throwing snow all over the place. So I guess that's a good thing. But we ended up with about an inch at the house, and it was pretty much all gone by the end of, by the end of yesterday, Sunday. It was pretty well wore out by the sun. Over towards the 95 corridor, they picked up a couple 3 inches, and once you got east of the 95 corridor, you really started to get into some heavier snow, and of course Philadelphia got a good share. I guess Philadelphia got somewhere between 8 and 10 inches from what I was hearing. And when I got up Saturday morning there, they had all their commercial vehicle restrictions in effect. They had the Tier 3 and Tier 4 for pretty much everything east of Reading, Pennsylvania on the turnpike, and 78, pretty much the whole length of 78, 95, 276, and I mean, you had either one tier. I guess you have to have chains on board to actually. Did you realize Pennsylvania has a chain law that if they declare a certain state of emergency, you actually have to have chains on board in Pennsylvania? I didn't realize Pennsylvania had chain law, but anyways, they had a bunch of highways closed down to the normal.
Yep.
Stay in the right lane, 45 miles an hour, no motorcycles and stuff like that. And so, but anyways, I guess one more question here for, I don't know, maybe Spaceman can answer this for me there. I've been seeing a lot of yellow trucks now that they're not YRC, but they're yellow, and they're pulling the new pen trailers. I don't see any new pen trucks, but I see all the new pen trailers being pulled by yellow trucks. So I didn't know what that was about. Has New Penn gone away? Because I know New Penn was owned by YRC, and it was part of the YRC deal, the yellow roadway and all that, and Holland. And did they make New Penn go away? Did they? I don't know. I'm just, as I say, haven't seen any trucks, but I've been seeing a bunch of trailers behind the yellow trucks.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, yeah. Spaceman might be the one to answer that question because I have no idea. All right. Hello to Billy the Kid here on a Monday. Headed to Pittsburgh, just leaving the home 20. Guess the bottom's supposed to fall out Wednesday night. I'm hoping to get back Wednesday morning, and I'll just set the weather out. Anyway, have a great show. Everybody be safe. And as Moose Dudley would say, keep it between the spotted and the solid. Hello to the Dipsy driver. Let me see here. Placed an order this past afternoon. Received a very nice email back from him. Yeah, very excited to try the products. Thank you for the first-time caller code. And Chris and his staff for getting you back on the air. Going to be a great Super Bowl. To all the men and women out there on the roads, please stay safe. We really need you out there now more than ever. Again, from the Dipsy driver. Thank you very much. Yeah, and of course, you'll have to let us know. You'll notice the difference as soon as you put those products in there. Hot shot secret. All right, we return into lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, no doubt it was a mess of a weekend as far as trying to move freight. Everything pretty much came to a halt Saturday into Sunday. And in Rhode Island, they had issued a statewide truck ban. As a matter of fact, the Rhode Island's governor had issued pretty much a statewide, no vehicles allowed on the road. Pennsylvania, New York had big rig restrictions with the big storm. Connecticut, New Jersey, I mean, everywhere in the Northeast had things pretty much shut down for the weekend there. But yeah, gradually getting things back up and running. Some of the highest totals, all said and done, were like 30 inches of snow. And I think that was parts of eastern Massachusetts. They were really hammered with that storm. Eastern Massachusetts up into Maine, totals topping 30 inches. As of early Sunday morning, the highest total was 30.9 inches in Staunton, Mass., about 20 miles southwest of Boston. And of course, they had a snow emergency in effect there. Snow coming down at 2 to 4 inches per hour at times. About 20 miles southwest of the city, parts of Norfolk County, they said snow was coming down at 4 inches per hour in the most robust bands of snow. That's hard to even grasp. In 1 hour's time, 4 inches of snow. Front-end loaders and plow trucks used by the Public Works Department were out in full force doing what they could do, but impossible to keep up. Then, of course, you had the winds blowing everything around. As soon as a plow would go by, the wind would just blow and snow things, cover things in snow once again. So pretty much trying to dig out now. That's what they're doing there in the Northeast. All right, who we got on the line here? I'm not seeing a name.
Panty Snatcher.
Panty Snatcher. Well, what's going on this morning?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Congratulations to your Bengals. Congratulations to my Rams out here in L.A., and hope the better team wins in 2 weeks from now.
How does that work out? Where, I mean, what were the odds of the Rams going all the way? I mean, so they essentially get kind of a home field advantage out of this.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, they do. I know. But they get to play in the new stadium that they just recently built, so hopefully it'll be pretty even for everybody.
Now I know the Rams. The Rams were, because it was talk last week how that I guess the last time they met the 49ers, seemed like more 49ers fans in the stands. They won't have the ability to kind of stack things up for this. I think the tickets will be evenly distributed from Bengals fans versus Rams fans and everybody else. Plus the cost. I was looking at the cost of tickets to the damn game. I mean, you almost have to be a millionaire to attend anyway.
Yeah, you have to dig into your 401k in order to be able to afford them.
I mean, 3,000 to 10,000, 10,000 plus. I mean, just for one ticket, it's insane.
Yeah. But hey, the reason why I called is because I wanted to ask or talk about real quick the accident that happened there in Las Vegas, and not actually talk about that specifically, but you know how a lot of people are suing these gun makers for the shootings that are going on.
Mm-hmm.
They turn around and sue, Smith & Wesson, Winchester, all these other companies. Why can't they go after the automakers for doing the same thing? Why can't they go after China for doing what they did? Has anybody done anything about that?
Right. Oh, I mean, it's insane to go after, like Ruger or Smith & Wesson for someone committing a crime. I mean, the driver of that vehicle was committing a crime doing 100 miles an hour in a 35 zone, right?
Yep. But here they're making these cars that do, almost 200 miles an hour, 0 to 60 in, 2.5 seconds. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm a big car fan myself, a big car enthusiast, but I think it's ridiculous that they're making them that fast. For things like this to happen.
We have to, maybe mandate you can't make a vehicle that goes more than, say, 75 or something? Is that the deal?
I think that's going to tick off a lot of people, but,
No doubt, yes.
I'm not saying that's what they should do, but something needs to be done. Something needs to be done about it because they're making these cars way too fast. And even the electric cars, these new electric cars, they're just as fast as the Challengers also.
Yeah.
If not a little bit faster. But anyway, that's all I had tonight, Stephen. I appreciate you being back on the air, and we really missed you while you were gone.
Hey, thank you so much. Good to have you with us there. And let me see here. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, let's see. We'll get a news update here just around the corner, coming up top of the hour. And under the industry headlines, I've heard about some of these insane tow bills being issued over the years, but this is incredible. Shocked, baffled, or irate. The words probably not strong enough to capture the reaction that many trucking companies would have should they need a tow in certain states like Wyoming. Wyoming is among the states with a lack of towing regulations, apparently, where incredible towing bills are not uncommon. Late last year, MAPS Towing and Diesel Repair in Rawlins, Wyoming, was contacted by the Wyoming Highway Patrol to tow a semi-truck owned by Blue Line Distribution out of Ontario, Canada. Now, Blue Line's owner, Tom Mastera, said there was no collision, there was no rollover. The truck had just slid off the highway due to the heavy winds and black ice at the time. Photos show there was no major visible damage to the truck or the load. Following the job, though, the towing company gave Blue Line an invoice for more than $70,000. saying the truck was damaged and the load was compromised, while also citing the inclement weather. Now, Della negotiated the bill down to $50,000. However, he was required to pay in T-checks that day or the bill would increase. Where you come up with $50,000 just like that? He said the towing company refused to accept a credit card. Now, since December the 11th, which was the date of the initial invoice, he's not only had conversations disputing this bill with MAPS Towing, but also the Wyoming Highway Patrol, Carbon County Sheriff's Office, the Wyoming Department of Transportation. As part of those conversations, he's requested a refund of $45,000 after several other towing companies told him that job should have cost no more than $5,000. They have filed an official complaint with the Wyoming Highway Patrol about the towing charge, but the response from the state, not all that promising. Randy Mears, the coordinator of the Wyoming Highway Patrol Tow and Recovery Program, said, the refund has to be resolved with MAPS Towing. The lack of state regulations leaves him with little more opportunity for any sort of recourse. Now, I did say they've had several complaints about this company, but they keep letting them operate in that state. It's a state where towing is not regulated. I haven't been given any legitimate reason or explanation for these charges. I keep going up the ladder, but I'm not getting anywhere. Making things more difficult is the inability to secure legal representation. Blue Line has been repeatedly turned down by lawyers. I guess the lawyers, in that state know that, sorry, buddy, there ain't nothing I'm going to be able to do for you. So at this point, Blue Line is not confident about any sort of a refund, but he says, I'm not going to go away quietly. You're letting a company like this play in your backyard, and they're ripping people off. Every truck that goes through that state is going to get screwed if they happen to need a tow. Every time I turn around, I'm going to another attorney. We're kind of running out of options here, but we're not going to be quiet. Unfortunately, these disputes, according to Landline, are not uncommon. Overcharged tows happen regularly, not only in Wyoming, but all over the country. They've been working for years to fight for fair towing and protect truckers from egregious charges. But can you imagine getting a $70,000 tow bill? All right, news update here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
Russia invading Ukraine could happen at any time, according to Pentagon spokesman John Kirby, who tells Fox News Sunday that Russian President Vladimir Putin has a lot of options available to him if he wants to further invade Ukraine.
He could do something on a small scale. Could do something on a fairly large scale. And he continues to add troops to that border with Ukraine. We're watching that even over the course of this weekend.
Epoch Times reporting top Defense Department officials share a grim outlook of the immediate future, pointing to Russian troops amassed along the Ukraine-Russia border, as well as the number of troops in Belarus. Russian ships are positioned in the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. Treacherous conditions continue in the Northeast due to a massive winter storm. It's knocked out power to tens of thousands and delayed or canceled thousands of flights. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
President Trump dropping hints of taking back the White House at a rally in Texas Saturday night.
And in 2024, we are going to take back that beautiful, beautiful house that happens to be white, that is so magnificent, and that we all love. We are going to take back the White House.
Former president also saying that if he got back in office, that he would pardon those charged criminally in connection with January 6th. Democrats' second highest ranking member in the Senate has reached out to moderate Republican Senator Susan Collins of Maine regarding President Joe Biden's nominee to the Supreme Court, and says Republicans will be given an opportunity to meet with the nominee.
We're going to make sure we have answers to any questions you might have. It's going to be a deliberate process, but we're not going to get bogged down.
Senator Durbin on ABC's This Week. The president has said he will nominate a black woman to replace Justice Stephen Breyer, who announced his retirement last week. This is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare. The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
A mass casualty event in northern Las Vegas as a driver crashes into multiple vehicles, leaving 9 people dead.
Witnesses stated that the Dodge Challenger did run a red light and struck multiple vehicles, causing a chaotic event.
Officer Alexander Cuevas of North Las Vegas Police says it's unlike any mass casualty traffic collision they've seen before. 15 people were involved. As masses of truck drivers and other protesters demonstrate in Canada's capital, rally organizers say they will stay until their demands are met. The convoy is requesting the federal government end COVID-19 mandates and remove the vaccination passport requirement. Protesters arriving from around the country on Saturday in Ottawa, parking their vehicles by Parliament Hill. Kid Rock has announced he will cancel all tour dates in cities or venues that have mask or COVID-19 vaccine mandates. The singer confirming several U.S. cities have already been taken off the tour list due to the requirements and mandates. Kid Rock saying he believes when his tour kicks off, a number of cities will have already rescinded their mandates. If not, fans will get their money back. A carbon monoxide leak in the pool area at a hotel in Ohio has sickened 14 people, many of them said to be in critical condition. Victims reported being dizzy with burning throats. Hotel was evacuated as all potential sources of carbon monoxide were turned off. There's still no word what caused the leak. For USA Radio News, I'm Jeremy Scott.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Hey, welcome back here. And on we roll into a Monday morning. 31st day of January. All right. Final day of January. As we close out the weekend, trust you had a good weekend. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Always quiet on a Monday morning. Well, I did go to the website when they first got it up and running, placed my order for our free 4 COVID test kits. Haven't received them yet, but would you be surprised if I told you when you receive your free COVID test kits from the U.S. government, as they're just now beginning to reach millions of households? And you'll find the Made in China label. Apparently on many of the test kits. The distribution, which just started here a week or so ago, part of the initiative to give away 1 billion self-test kits to Americans for free. A sizable portion, they tell us, of these kits will be sourced from iHealth Labs, a California subsidiary of Chinese medical gear manufacturer Anden Health. Since December, the company has won contracts worth over $2.1 billion with the U.S. federal government and even other states, according to Anden's filings and the federal contract records. Roughly $1.8 billion of that came from the Department of Defense for the White House rollout. The department awarded 2 contracts to the lab January 13th and January 26th, respectively, which would bring over 354 million Chinese-made kits, or about a third of the total, to American homes. The White House said Friday that 60 million households have ordered over the kits already through the new website. Now, they typically ship within 7 to 12 days, but our reliance on China for products, like these test kits, 2 years after COVID spread out from that country, Rob Whitman of Virginia said that this is a call for reckoning. If we should have learned anything from this pandemic, it's that it is imperative to break our dependence on Chinese medical and personal protective equipment supply chains. I mean, our own supply chain vulnerabilities came into the spotlight during the early months of the pandemic when our frontline responders were struggling for medical supplies and we had to turn to foreign countries, principally to China. Now, he's calling for the administration and members of Congress to lead by example, advocate for this equipment to be made here in the USA. We should be supporting hardworking Americans and American businesses, not relying on unfriendly regimes like the Chinese Communist Party. Brad Wenstrup of Ohio held similar views. He says, quote, the fact that the United States is mass distributing Chinese-manufactured COVID tests further highlights the need to bring U.S. manufacturing for critical industries. I mean, this is national security issues as well as national health security issues. The Department of Defense contract did not specify iHealth Labs' China connection, nor was their relationship mentioned on the iHealth Labs website. We did not receive comment from the White House. We also reached out to iHealth Labs for comment. But established in 1995 in China's megacity of Tianjin, Andon has been known as a producer of blood pressure monitors. The company was losing money for 7 consecutive years until the pandemic hit. Now, Andon owns a 70% stake in iHealth Labs, which was founded in 2010, the year Andon went public in Shenzhen. A Chinese smartphone maker which invested $25 million in iHealth in 2014 owns a 20% ownership in the company. Andon only began making the self-test kits on a commercial scale in November. Driven by its U.S. success, Andon's stock has soared nearly 14-fold as of January 18. In other words, we're making the Chinese rich once again. Anyway, the Food and Drug Administration granted Andon's iHealth Labs emergency approval in November to sell the COVID-19 nasal swab test kits here in the United States. The lab has also received orders with a combined total of $333 million from the New York State Department of Health as well as the state of Massachusetts. And I believe somewhere, I think Ohio has even ordered some test kits from China, no less. All right, see what's going on with Big Sexy this morning. Well, this is your off night, is it not?
Hey, Steve.
Oh, this is not Big Sexy.
No, this is Porn Star.
Okay. Well, hello, Porn Star. What's going on?
Good morning, sir. Congratulations on Cincinnati.
How about the Who Day? I was watching the pregame coverage, and they go around the table, who's predicting who to win, and the only one that picked the Bengals was Boomer Esiason.
That's awesome. Hey, I want to answer Horsefeather's questions about Yellow Freight pulling new pin trailers.
Okay.
I drive for Yellow Freight. What they're doing is they're merging all the companies together. Holland, New Pin, out west, Redway, and Yellow Freight's going to be all one big company now, and they're just swapping the tractors over. Now, New Pin, if you notice up in the Northeast, it's going to say Yellow Freight operated by New Pin. Like in the Midwest, Holland operated by YRC. And out west, Redway's operated, Yellow's operated by Redway. So just a big change of operation, just making it all one name.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's kind of crazy. We're pulling down here in Mississippi, we're pulling New Pin and Holland and Redway trailers all the time now.
Uh-huh.
So they're just making it all one big company. So like New Penn's going to be Yellow Freight operated by New Penn, Holland, or Yellow Freight up in Holland area operated by Holland. But they're just swapping names over to Yellow Freight, just like they did back 10 years ago with Yellow and Roadway.
So eventually, are they going to have like those the New Penn trailers painted in the yellow scheme or whatever? Is that the plan, you think?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They're going to get all the new tractors are going to be all white, company wide.
Oh, okay.
So they're going to do away with the green New Penns. I was in the Dallas shop today, and they had a Holland truck. They just got done painting it from yellow to white.
Well, that should answer Horse Feather's question then, shouldn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, Steve, you have a good night, my friend, and I'm about to pull into the house, and like he always says, I'm going to bed.
Okay. Well, good to have you with us. Thanks for joining us this Monday morning, and get some beauty rest, right? All right, so we've got clear lines wide open at 844-844-3388. Quickly had an email, by the way, the email steve@hotshotsecret.com. Let's see. Dipsy driver said, hey, supposed to be a little warmer Tuesday, Wednesday here in mid-Michigan. Going to do the oil change, use the stick shit eliminator, and some gasoline extreme with a full tank of gas. And if Chris is on with you Friday, I'll definitely give you a full report. Yeah, you can mark that on your calendar. That'll be Friday the 11th. Not first Friday of the month, but the second, because we're going to be out of here this weekend. He said, I do plan on driving around to get the products to get to work. But thank you very much for your great show. And thank you for being a listener out there, Dipsy driver. I did get an email from Pappy. I guess I was kind of wondering if you were out there tonight, Pappy, because every time I step out of the secret bumper, I've said, but it's been a lot of action, just kind of a crazy night. I guess he had a stabbing out in his neck of the woods. One of our Coleraine officers got hit by a wrong-way driver a few minutes ago. I guess that was all the sirens I was hearing when I was out there on my smoke break. And yes, I guess township over from us just got in a foot pursuit. It's just a crazy night out here. Busy, busy, busy. Well, if things calm down, Pappy, maybe you can give us a ring. I mean, I think it was the 1 o'clock hour. I stepped out and heard all kind of fire equipment going somewhere. I don't know if that was the Coleraine cruiser that got out. I heard a lot of police vehicles as well, but slow it down out there, people. What's going on? Maybe the whole town just went crazy because they've all been partying after the Bengals winning that big game yesterday. I don't know. And we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems.
For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let me see here. Here's another one of our listening friends that put a few wagers down on the Cincinnati Bengals. Our old pal Steve from Nashville. He's working days now. But Nashville Steve sent me like a copy of his, I guess he did the online betting thing. Said he put a $10 wager on just picking who was going to go to the Super Bowl. He had picked the Bengals versus the 49ers. That was close. Missed it by that much, right? So that was a $10 wager that would have paid $95. Now, he put a $100 wager down on the Bengals to win the Super Bowl. That $100 wager, let's see, it would pay like $900. Okay. I think he just placed that wager. Was that on Saturday or something? So this late in the season, obviously, if you'd have placed a $100 wager back in September, like when Bob placed his, that'd probably be, well, if Bob's going to get $1,500 on a $10 wager, good Lord, if you'd put $100 down, that'd have been a hell of a payday. But the online wagering thing, interesting. I see Arizona generated $1.2 billion from sport wagering in their first 3 months after legalizing it, the fastest state to reach the $1 billion mark in history. Arizona launched their sports betting in early September. Now, the timing, they say, couldn't have been better for the sports books. The early launchers caught the vast majority of the football season, and they were in position to catch the early excitement created by the Phoenix Suns' hot start to their season. Arizona broke nearly every other U.S. revenue record as well, although it might not have those records for long because New York State just launched apparently earlier this month. Arizona recorded $121.2 million in gross revenue. Yeah, also the most of any state in its first 3 months of sports wagering. There's big money in those sports bets, right? Hey, good morning, Chevy Guy. Happy Monday.
Good Monday to you two. Okay, infrastructure. Well, you know, they're touting Lindsey Graham down here on the radio for supporting the infrastructure bill. And the problem I've had with it from the beginning is how much of that bill went to infrastructure. They were saying a very small number. The bulk of it's going to, you know, Democrat pet projects. So yeah, I'm getting it. I'm sort of standing back on that because I know that our grandchildren and great grandchildren, you know, they're going to have to be paying for this, but they will use the bridges part. But the rest of the stuff, I don't know. What I'm expecting to start here, especially the bridge collapse, it's all Trump's fault because Trump didn't get it done. Trump's fault, didn't get it done. and I hate to bring this woman's name back into it, because that was the one thing that we kept hearing that Democrats and Republicans, right in the middle of the Trump presidency, agreed with. But there's one person that held back because they did not want Trump to have a win, and that's Nancy Pelosi. Oh, the you know who. So, along with the people that's being held political prisoners, along with the people that died in our nation's capital, because she turned down having the National Guard, guard the event. This woman has a lot of blood on her hands, and when it comes to these bridges, it's not Trump's fault. Trump was trying to get her done, but every time, but there are Republicans that, in the beginning of Trump's first 2 years, was fighting Trump worse than even the Democrats. So a lot of people are going to have to stand up one day. The truth will come out on these people.
Yeah.
Hang on and say a prayer every time you cross a bridge around Pennsylvania, apparently, because somewhere along the line we haven't. When that other bridge broke across Mississippi, we already knew about the name of the last bridge inspection. It's hardly anything said about this one. So, other than that, we're going to sit back and enjoy. What did Cincinnati win by the way?
The final score, I think 27-24.
Well, way to go. Way to go, guys.
It was a field goal in overtime. The Bengals were up by 3. Kansas City got a field goal at the very last minute, whatever, to tie things up. Then I guess Bengals lost the coin toss for overtime, but I think 13 seconds into overtime, Mahomes threw an interception. So Cincinnati went on to win with the field goal.
Boy, this seems like it's been a year for the kickers.
Yes.
The kickers have won a lot of games.
Yep.
All right, buddy. I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show. How about it? Over and out.
Over and out. Copy the mail. All right. With that, we're reaching news break time here, bottom of the hour. So we'll get the very latest and, of course, get back to your calls. Just ahead, it's 844-844-3388. Howard Hessman. He's the guy that played the radio DJ, Dr. Johnny Fever, on WKRP in Cincinnati. Passed away over the weekend at the age of 81. Wow. Died Saturday in Los Angeles. Complications from colon surgery, according to his manager. Now, Hessman, who had himself been a radio DJ back in the 60s, actually earned 2 Emmy nominations for playing Johnny Fever on WKRP in Cincinnati. It ran from 1978 to 82. Kind of that role made him kind of a counterculture icon. A time when few hippie characters made it onto network television. In his first episode, Dr. Johnny Fever announces the station's changeover from elevator music to rock and roll, with a record scratch and a proclamation. All right, Cincinnati, it's time for this town to get down. You got Johnny, Dr. Johnny Fever, and I'm burning up in here. We're all in critical condition, babies. You can tell me where it hurts because I got the healing prescription here from the big KRP musical medicine cabinet. Now I'm talking about your 50,000 watt intensive care unit, babies. Called them babies. As he got ready for one of 3 Saturday Night Live hosting gigs, he told the New York Times back in 1979 that the character made network executives kind of nervous. In one episode, Johnny Fever is given an on-air sobriety test after being given alcohol. Only his reaction time keeps getting better. He said, I think maybe Johnny smokes a little marijuana, drinks beer and wine, and maybe a little hard liquor. And on one of those hard mornings at the station, he might take what, for many years, was referred to as a diet pill. But he's a moderate user of soft drugs, specifically marijuana. So he had played a hippie in one of his first roles on Dragnet back in 1967. Also played in the 1968 Richard Lester film Petulia, born in Lebanon, Oregon. Well, there you go. And with that, we're up to Newsbreak, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
Russia invading Ukraine could happen at any time, according to Pentagon spokesman John Kirby, who tells Fox News Sunday that Russian President Vladimir Putin has a lot of options available to him if he wants to further invade Ukraine.
He could do something on a small scale. He could do something on a fairly large scale. And he continues to add troops to that border with Ukraine. We're watching that even over the course of this weekend.
Epoch Times reporting top Defense Department officials share a grim outlook of the immediate future, pointing to Russian troops amassed along the Ukraine-Russia border, as well as the number of troops in Belarus. Russian ships are positioned in the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. Treacherous conditions continue in the Northeast due to a massive winter storm. It's knocked out power to tens of thousands and delayed or canceled thousands of flights. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. It's official. Inflation is at its highest level since the 1980s, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. What most people don't know is that it's actually much worse. Inflation may be higher now than the 1980s since the new measurements exclude food and energy. Gas prices up 58%, energy up 33%. What can you do about it? Protect yourself and your family. Only gold, silver, and other hard assets give you true protection. My friends at Tangible Investments guarantee the absolute lowest prices on precious metals. Check them out at TII1.com or call 800-300-8441. Tangible Investments has 40 years of experience and billions, that's with a B, billions in transactions. Call 800-300-8441 if you want help with gold, silver, platinum. They guarantee you the best prices plus excellent service. Call Tangible Investments now, 800-300-8441, or visit TII1.com. They also provide free verbal appraisals.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I've been hearing in some of those updates that the incident at the hotel over the weekend up in the Columbus, Ohio area, in Marysville, from the Hampton Inn there. 9 transported from the Hampton Inn to area hospitals. 7 which were considered in critical condition. And what officials were calling carbon monoxide poisoning. The fire chief said the exact source was unclear as of Saturday evening. I'm not sure if they've whittled that down now to where it emanated from, but all the injured taken to hospitals had been in the pool area, supposedly. Said there were children and adults. Two others were treated at the scene. 5 more sought treatment on their own at Memorial Health Hospital in Marysville, according to the police chief there. But the chief said the first call came into 911 about 5:30 in the afternoon that a 2-year-old girl had either fallen into the pool or was found in the pool unconscious at the hotel. Then more calls about unconscious people started coming in, others reporting symptoms of dizziness, a burning in the throat. The Marysville Fire Department and police called for help from multiple departments. The entire hotel was evacuated. All the guests and staff left on their own, officials said, but management made accommodations to have them stay at other hotels. But all the injured were alive when transported at about 7:15 in the evening. He did clarify that in addition to the one critical patient who was taken to Ohio Health Grady Memorial Hospital, 6 patients were taken to Memorial Health, all in critical condition. 2 were taken to Grady, considered stable. Other officials, some of those patients from Marysville were transported later to Columbus area hospitals. Didn't have the numbers and locations, but just a crazy. I don't know if, I guess most hotel pools are probably heated pools, right? The indoor heated, I don't know if they'd use some sort of a natural gas or whatever. For heating, obviously, there was some issue somewhere there. All right, about 19 before the hour. Rubber Duck's on the line this Monday morning. Hello, Rubber Duck.
Oh, good morning. Congratulations. That was a good game there, buddy. Paid to move your money around at the end when they were 1,000 to 1. They were 1,000 to 1 at one point, and I put a little bit of money over on that side. Thank you, Cincinnati.
You can actually place wagers when the game's ongoing, or
if you're in Indiana, with the DraftKings app, I've started. They were at 285 to 1. Put $20 on it. Then made a couple dollars off a basketball game yesterday. Thanks, Purdue.
Yeah.
And sorry, Ohio State. Sorry about that, Buckeyes. But then you can look at it, and I was like, they were down. I mean, they were down. They only had 3 points. I was like, you know what? That kid ain't going. That kid's not stopping. Since y'all had Marvin Lewis as a coach, when y'all first snuck him away from Baltimore and started building that little madness that y'all got, that y'all call a football team. Oh man. Yeah, they've been exciting to watch. Y'all got a quarterback, man. That kid's pretty damn good.
How about that? Well, I did set the DVR. I mean, I've got the game recorded so I can go back and watch. I mean, I don't know. Is it worth it now? Because you know the outcome. They came back with a field goal in overtime.
It is. It's worth watching, Steve.
Okay.
It's one of those games. It's worth watching. How many? It's been 30 years.
Yes.
30 years since y'all been to a Super Bowl? Man, I got a kid that's that old. Probably got a pair of socks that old, too, someplace around here. So, anyway, hey, about tow bills. Oh, God. Y'all love us. Y'all hate us. I can't justify what that man did.
70 grand.
If it was upside down with the wheels pointed in the sky, I still can't come up with 70 grand. I can't. Not calling Bobby Joe with his roll-off containers and Billy Bob with his bobcats, because I don't got a guy that can run them. I have to bring other crews in to help me. But no, I still can't come up with that. I can remember like 40, 45 grand, and that was 3 trucks that got together way back.
I'm looking at
it is
let me share this with you. I'm looking. They've got like a copy of the original invoice here, and I don't understand how things, but it's all like broken down. It says on line number 1.
He wrote it.
Rotator at 30
penny per pound.
Right. Yeah, 37 cents a pound. Then off-road charge at 6 cents a pound. Inclement weather at 8 cents a pound. Traffic control, 7 cents a pound. I mean, and it all adds up to like 70 grand.
He went to a class at a towing company that's run by somebody that's supposedly this is going to get me blackballed like I don't really care. Industry expert up north, and he teaches people how to write bills that you can't put an eraser on to justify the equipment, and it's not right what they do.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, no jobs are the same. They're not. They really. You can have a price, but then there's going to be incidentals once you get out there. You call me up, you tell me I'm at the service plaza and my car won't go. Okie dokie. I showed up and we're at the service plaza and your car won't go because it's across I-80 sitting in a ditch about 6 feet deep in snow. Well, that's not the same as me just picking your car up and taking it to the shop.
Mm-hmm.
That could be $75. I don't want to, I can't say numbers because you could say price fixing or whatever, and we wouldn't want to get in trouble. But you can't put you can put a minimum price on something, what you would get, and then you can have a heart and you can treat people right. But no, to write what that man did, no. And actually I stayed right down the street from this place the other week when I was going out to Portland, and I can't see his operation charging any more than what my operation charges back here, because I wasn't impressed. Not by the equipment, not by the establishment. You can't tell me that's your overhead. That's why you got to write a bill like that. It's just, I don't know. He hurts the whole business, but not all of us are that bad.
I would hope not.
Price shop.
Yeah.
You can price shop. You can price shop. We get a little grumpy at 2 and 3 in the morning when you call us up and you're trying to play the price shopping game. But that's your right. You're the American consumer. You can call anybody you want, unless you're on a restricted road like a toll road where you have to use somebody. And sometimes those rates are written by the state, not by us. I get $1,300 an hour for one truck to go out with a 3-hour minimum when it's called out to do by what it's called out for. But that truck also cost almost $1 million before it even got a lot of equipment on it.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So, hey. All right, man. I know it was a Monday night, but oh man, watch that game. You'll like that. Oh, and the Rolex race. Did you get to see any of that?
No, I forgot all about that. The 24. Yeah.
About the last 4 minutes of the 2 Porsches banging doors and bending sheet metal was pretty good. 23 hours and 56 minutes worth of racing, and one class came down to like a 2-second just bumming and banging, and one of them wound up just on the last lap, went out in the grass.
Wow.
like Dale Senior was in a Porsche. It was like Dale Senior was in his, well, you're not passing me, buddy. Yeah, it was great. Yeah, that's a pretty good one to watch if you can find that one on YouTube too. Anyway,
check that
have
out.
a good night, everybody. Chuck safe.
All right, thank you much, Rubber Duck. Okay, so I'm looking here. This tow bill. Yeah, everything's broke down. At, the shuttle for the drivers at 4 cents per pound, supervisor at 4 cents a pound. I mean, those are $3,200 charges on those two. Yeah, setup and rigging at 6 cents a pound, $4,800. Labor at 3 cents per pound per person times 4 persons, $4,600. Traffic control per unit needed for safety, 7 cents a pound, $5,600. It's insane. When it's all added up, those $70,000 to pull a single tractor trailer, wheels on the ground, right side up, not involved in a crash. It's just off in the snow on the side of the road, slid off the interstate. All right, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.com. My
mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I'm looking at the link to Ticketmaster.com for the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 56, and it is on the 13th. I think it's in the 15th. It's 13th, Sunday, February 13th. And look at these prices. Yeah, we all know what the term the nosebleed section is, right? I mean, we're talking like the top up, highest up in the stands, top of the stadium, way up there. And, this is all the way down toward the goal line on one end. Like $6,236. That's the cheapest ticket there. I mean, sections 5, 32, 33, 34, anywhere from $6,200 to $6,500 a ticket. So from there, you can work your way down in the stadium to where you can get your $40,000, $50,000, or even $65,000 a piece tickets. Yeah, the VIP section, row 17. It's not like not front row. 65 grand. Section 112, row 17. That's just insanity. All right, meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here. Check in with Philip this morning. You're going to get you your front row seats for the Super Bowl?
Oh, it sounds like to me the guy that's charging for that ticket is kin to the guy that's charging for that tow bill, and he's charging somebody's fat butt by the pound to sit down and watch a game. Holy moly. I just heard that about that tow bill, and I about had a stroke. I tell you what, Steve, I drove truck for 25 years, and I never heard of a towing company charging by the pound. I always heard it was by the hour. I don't know. Maybe that's me, or I don't know. What do you think?
I've never seen, I never heard of a tow bill running 70 grand to begin with. And like you said, several other companies told the guy that job should have been no more than $5,000.
Yeah, usually, back in the day, it was anywhere, when I was driving, it was about $350 to $400 an hour, depending on where you were at and what was going on. If you were in a snowy condition, obviously, and obviously if it's on a weekend, that's out of business time, they've got to bring a guy out, that kind of thing. I get that, it's like a plumber coming out on a Saturday or a Sunday,
Sure.
But I tell you what, $70,000, I'd be taking that one to the court if it was me. That you could go buy a truck for that, a small tow truck for that kind of money. So, hey Steve, did you hear about the SpaceX launch that was supposed to happen yesterday but got canceled?
I did not. Give us the full report. Was it too cold to launch?
Okay, so we've had this one launch. It's a Italian telescope or a telescope satellite that's going to be. It's basically a mapping satellite that maps the Earth, and it's a special one. It will do the stuff that the satellite did. That we saw the footage from Tonga with the volcano. This one will do it even more detailed than that. But anyway, this launch has been delayed 2 days because we've had this cold weather down here and wind. And then yesterday, we're getting ready to launch. We're probably about 10 minutes. Well, no, less than that. Probably about between 10 and 5 minutes before launch time. And one of our glorious cruise ships has got to come into Cape Canaveral, goes into the red zone. and causes the launch to be canceled because the flight range is it's in a red zone and there's somebody evading it. So somebody on a cruise ship last night got their butt tore up, man, because they can't understand where you got to put the boat at when you're bringing it in. They actually halt some of the ships depending on where it's going. They had one that was sitting in the port. They were holding it right at the mouth of the port, waiting for this rocket to go off. As soon as it goes off, then the ship goes out. So kudos to whoever that cruise ship was. Look it up and check it out, Steve. They actually got a picture of it on a NASA space flight on YouTube. At the end of their footage, they show about the rocket and everything. And at the end of the footage, you see this cruise ship sitting out there just waiting to come in the port, and it's in the red zone where the rocket would have went over.
Wow.
So what do you think about that, Steve? And Ben, I'd hate to have to be the guy that explains that one. I tell you that's like a guy flying a Cessna in to when the space shuttle was getting ready to take off. They had it numerous times when a guy in a Cessna would evade the airspace and go in, and then they ground him and take his pilot's license away from him. So I don't know what's going to happen with this cruise ship thing, but it was funny. I seen that last night, and I was like, I can't believe this. So, but it'll be going off again today. We're going to try again today at 6:11. So
and this will be, I think, the fifth attempt I'm looking here, because, I mean, they've been trying since last Thursday, right?
Yeah. And the weather has killed it a few times. And think about this, Steve. Okay, so this flight got pushed back. Today was supposed to be a Starlink flight. So this flight that got pushed back takes pertinence over the Starlink flight because it's a paying mission. The Starlink flight is SpaceX's stuff. So SpaceX is paying for it out of their pocket. But the one that's today, the Italians are paying for it. So it gets precedence. So the Starlink mission, it's going to get pushed back. And then there was supposed to be one, I think, tomorrow, and that mission is going to get pushed back.
Wow.
It's just compounding everything up. There was supposed to be 3 launches within a matter of a week that SpaceX had everything set for. And now it's pushing everything back. So it's interesting. I know Elon Musk has got to be a little upset right now with some people because, it's the weather. You can't predict that. We know that happens. I mean, yesterday we had 30-degree freezing weather. That's something else I want to talk to you about with the space stuff. We had 30-degree weather yesterday morning. Now, I don't sound much to a lot of you guys up north and whatnot, but when you're starting to shoot a rocket that has a lot of gaskets and a lot of different things going on, it can be really touchy. So, speaking of yesterday here, do you remember the Challenger accident?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so the Challenger accident was because they shot in freezing conditions, and the actual people that built the rockets, which are the solid rocket boosters, they told them that they were going to have an O-ring failure. They knew it, and they made the decision to launch. Okay? Now, have you heard of the SLS program, Steve?
I have.
Okay, so guess who uses the same solid rocket boosters as the space shuttle? The SLS. So, if we come into a situation like yesterday with SLS, which SLS is going to be rolling out in February, and it's actually going out for what they call a wet dry rehearsal, which means it's going to go out there, they're going to fill it up, and they're going to test all the systems, and then they're going to bring it back into the VAB. They've got to do some stuff in, and it's going to actually launch in March. But if they did that during the weather yesterday, you could have had another Challenger accident. So it's a touchy business, man. So, but that's all I got to say today, Steve. It's a little bit after the hour there. I know you got news coming up, so thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for checking in. And I'm looking here. Looks like the scheduled fifth attempt will be 6:11 Eastern Time Monday evening. That's They'll try again. Try, don't succeed. All right, news update as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
Russia invading Ukraine could happen at any time, according to Pentagon spokesman John Kirby, who tells Fox News Sunday that Russian President Vladimir Putin has a lot of options available to him if he wants to further invade Ukraine.
He could do something on a small scale. Could do something on a fairly large scale. And he continues to add troops to that border with Ukraine. We're watching that even over the course of this weekend.
Epic Times reporting top Defense Department officials share a grim outlook of the immediate future, pointing to Russian troops amassed along the Ukraine-Russia border, as well as the number of troops in Belarus. Russian ships are positioned in the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. Treacherous conditions continue in the Northeast due to a massive winter storm. It's knocked out power to tens of thousands and delayed or canceled thousands of flights. This is USA Radio News.
Well, you've heard me talk about Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and how his pillow's given me a great night's sleep. He continues to roll out new offers on his products. His latest on the towel sets. Now, towels aren't something you think about. I never knew what I was missing until I tried the towels last year. You've all helped build MyPillow into the incredible company it is today, and trust in Mike Lindell has given you a better night's sleep. Mike's now changing the game with his 6-piece towel set, USA cotton, extremely absorbent, yet still providing that soft feel you look for in a towel. 2 bath, 2 hand towels, 2 washcloths for a limited time, $39.95 using our promo code USA. It retails for over $100. Remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the Radio Listener Square, use this promo code USA to get this price of $39.99 on the towels, or call 1-800-951-8175.
President Trump dropping hints of taking back the White House at a rally in Texas Saturday night.
And in 2024, we are going to take back that beautiful, beautiful house that happens to be white, that is so magnificent, and that we all love. We are going to take back the White House.
Former president also saying that if he got back in office, that he would pardon those charged criminally in connection with January 6th. Democrats' second highest ranking member in the Senate has reached out to moderate Republican Senator Susan Collins of Maine regarding President Joe Biden's nominee to the Supreme Court and says Republicans will be given an opportunity to meet with the nominee.
We're going to make sure we have answers to any questions you might have. It's going to be a deliberate process, but we're not going to get bogged down.
Senator Durbin on ABC's This Week. The president has said he will nominate a black woman to replace Justice Stephen Breyer, who announced his retirement last week. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
A mass casualty event in northern Las Vegas as a driver crashes into multiple vehicles, leaving 9 people dead.
Witnesses stated that the Dodge Challenger did run a red light and struck multiple vehicles, causing a chaotic event.
Officer Alexander Cuevas of North Las Vegas Police says it's unlike any mass casualty traffic collision they've seen before. 15 people were involved. As masses of truck drivers and other protesters demonstrate in Canada's capital, rally organizers say they will stay until their demands are met. The convoy is requesting the federal government end COVID-19 mandates and remove the vaccination passport requirement. Protesters arriving from around the country on Saturday in Ottawa, parking their vehicles by Parliament Hill. Kid Rock has announced he will cancel all tour dates in cities or venues that have mask or COVID-19 vaccine mandates. The singer confirming several U.S. cities have already been taken off the tour list due to the requirements and mandates. Kid Rock saying he believes when his tour kicks off, a number of cities will have already rescinded their mandates. If not, fans will get their money back. A carbon monoxide leak in the pool area at a hotel in Ohio has sickened 14 people, many of them said to be in critical condition. Victims reported being dizzy with burning throats. Hotel was evacuated as all potential sources of carbon monoxide were turned off. There's still no word what caused the leak. For USA Radio News, I'm Jeremy Scott.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
The one and only Big Moose on the Loose. Yes, and back at it here on a Monday. It was Big Sexy over the weekend. Sent me a link. Or maybe I caught it on his Facebook page. I can't recall. Whatever the case might be, but remembering the great ice storm of 2009. It was like the anniversary, January of 2009. One of the worst storms in the history of Kentucky. It was the first time the entire National Guard had been called up. Now, in Louisville, several inches of snow blanketed parts of the metro, followed by some 3 inches of ice. It was the recipe of a wintry mix that cooked up a near system shutdown for Louisville Gas and Electric. It took 3 days of assessment crews from 27 states and $107 million, but after 14 days, last of the residents in the metro finally had power back. Again, that was Louisville. On down into Big Sexy's neck of the woods. What do they call that? Like Region 8 down in Arkansas. Yeah, one of the most disruptive storms. Ice storms. Yeah, freezing rain, or they also call it a glaze event. In some parts of the U.S., a silver thaw. The U.S. National Weather Service defines an ice storm as a storm which results in the accumulation of at least a quarter inch of ice on exposed surfaces. Typically, they're more like a gentle rain with temperatures just below the freezing mark. Let me look ahead to the upcoming days. We can just hope and pray that we don't see anything along the magnitude of the great storm of 2009. But we are now watching for the potential winter storm bringing heavy snow and a lot of ice in the upcoming week. A disruptive winter storm. Could be, there's a swath, depending on the model. Some of these models were depicting a zone of sleet, the little ice pellets that could accumulate 5 to 6 inches. You imagine, what would you do with 6 inches of ice pellets? You talk about the heart attack shoveling snow. The wet, heavy stuff is one thing, but those ice pellets, that's some really heavy stuff. So that'll all be coming together over the next couple of days. We'll keep an eye on things, give you the latest. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, wouldn't those ice pellets be fun? And then you get a little bit of warmed up and you get some rain mixed with it, so then they freeze right solid.
Yes.
Yeah, it'd just be glorious. So you're talking about pricing there. I was going to say, Philip kind of touched on to where I was going. Most of the time when you get service equipment to come out, if I drop my tank here and I hook up to a low boy, we've been charging $100 an hour to go out with that, with the low boy, the truck, the driver, all the equipment that you need for tie down. So the only thing that gets charged on top of that would be tolls, and if you need oversized permits, either over width, over height, overweight, that would be the incidentals charged on top of that. And if for some reason to load equipment, you'd need another piece of equipment, well, that would have an hourly rate as well. So you should know what that is. Now the one caveat to that is we charge a minimum of a 4-hour service. So if you go out and you move an excavator and it only takes you 2.5 hours to do it, at $100 an hour, it's still a $400 charge because of the minimum rate. But after 4 hours, it's just whatever the hourly rate is, and is broke down by quarter-hour increments. So I don't know. Sounds to me that working by the pound there, that might be a better way to go there. I have to look into that. But I don't know. It just sounds like a pretty good scam. As far as your football game can go, I can't tell you much about most of it, but I'll tell you the fourth quarter and the overtime period it was well worth watching. So if you got it on the DVR, I would assume most of the Cincinnati scoring looked like it was in the third quarter. So probably the second half and the overtime there you'd at least want to watch. And I don't know, if you want to see how Kansas City got ahead, I guess that all happened in the first half. So you could base your decision that way there, right. How much time you got, how fast you're going to run the fast forward on the DVR. But anyways, hey, as far as these cars going too fast, and I don't know, Eagle was touching on how a lot of times it's athletes that are involved in it. That whatever became of the Tiger Woods deal out there, where he had that wreck from that rental car, and they gave him a rental car to use, and he was doing it in excess of 70 or 80 miles an hour when he wrecked that. And I admit he ended up in the hospital and had to have surgeries and hurt his career a lot for being able to continue on in his professional league that he was in. But was there ever anything that came about that? Somebody had to pay for that vehicle. Now, if it was a rental vehicle, they were probably self-insured, which means that goes back, unless it goes back on his insurance somehow. But he was loaned the vehicle, so he didn't actually sign the lease agreement.
Yeah.
So, does that go? If it was an enterprise, and if enterprise is self-insured, does the loss of that vehicle go back into them, and now the cost of all enterprise vehicles is higher because Tiger Woods wrecked one. I mean, where's the responsibility in that go? And what was ever an outcome? I mean, was he ever charged with anything? Did he get tickets for the high speed?
He got nothing. I mean, he didn't get as much as not a ticket. No, nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't sound like, you know, I admit he spent a lot of time on surgeries and recovery and all that. And I mean, he paid for it. Don't get me wrong. He did pay for it, but there was nothing back to the community for what he put the community through probably. And I mean, he had fire and rescue and all those people out there. I mean, who knows where they got compensated from. So anyway, now that was a couple of things I want to touch on, and thanks to Pornstar there for letting me know about that. I guess the only other question I had was New Penn, were they still a non-union company working with them, or were they put up on the union scale? I know they paid them good, but I wasn't sure if they were part of the union and had the whole pension and all that with them too. So I guess that was the other question, is if they're going to merge them all together, if they're going to bring them all under one umbrella for all their salaries and then retirement and all that, you know, if they're or if they're going to have different packages yet for the, you know, even though they're all yellow but operated as whatever, then I was just wondering if they were still going to be separate. So even though we got answers, we got more questions. How is it you get answers and it makes more questions, Your Honor? I don't know.
It's because you're out there. Because you're out there thinking as usual.
Yeah, should stop doing that once in a while, shouldn't we? Probably. But anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you. It's just kind of a nice morning here, riding around about 20, 25 degrees there, somewhere around 25 degrees around the nation's capital. So must be the politicians haven't gotten started yet this morning, because there ain't no hot air coming out of downtown Washington to warm the place up. So anyways, hey, with that, I guess we'll catch you a little later. And I don't know, where's Knucklebuster this morning? I thought Knucklebuster would be out here, get you a couple times, and especially in that loneliest hour there.
Yeah,
we got to get through yet. Boy,
he must be snuggled up with Tennessee this morning. I hadn't heard from him. All right, let me see here. I had the story about the guy that was going to, this past morning, started like 10 o'clock Sunday morning. He was going to step into the National Veterans Memorial and Museum in Columbus, Ohio, and spend the next 24 hours attempting to do more than 1,256 what they call muscle-ups. So that's not pull-ups, but a muscle-up is, I guess you do a pull-up, then you actually get above the bar and extend all the way up from the top of the bar. A muscle-up. I don't know if I could do a muscle-up. I might be able to do 2 or 3 pull-ups or chin-ups, you know, but it's like, so technically right now, I guess if he started at 10 o'clock Sunday morning, he's in the process of trying to get into Guinness World Records for the most muscle-ups in a single day. Well, just how strong is this guy? Yeah, the record was set in October of last year. Some guy out of Spain. Yeah, Tucker said he's ready to go, far beyond the record. Supposedly there's a live stream going on the Facebook page, I guess the National Veterans Memorial and Museum. Maybe I could try to pull that up here during the next break. But he previewed his world record attempt in an interview with American Military News on Friday. Yeah, he said, I'm confident I can do the 1,256, but I'm not going to stop there. I want to see if I can go the entire 24 hours. All right, since leaving the military, Tucker has gone on to become a National Academy of Sports Medicine certified personal trainer and pursue record-setting levels of fitness. For example, October of 2019, he set the Guinness World Record for the most pull-ups in 24 hours. Any idea how many? He did 7,715 pull-ups in 24 hours. Now he's he's taking off the even more challenging exercise, the muscle up. Again, that's the compound movement, beginning with a pull-up over the top of the bar, followed by a tricep extension from the top of the bar. Makes my arms hurt just to think about it. All right, so I guess, like I say, he's underway there in Columbus at this hour. And we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Thank you much. 24 past the hour. And let me see. I went to the National, the Veterans Memorial and Museum page via Facebook, and they've got a place there, a link to watch the live stream, but the link is broke. So you're going to have to try to find another way. So I can't get a live update. I was hoping to get an update how far along he is with his muscle ups. Meanwhile, I believe, is that Donald on the line? Hello, Don.
Shadow Chaser.
Shadow Chaser. Hello, Shadow Chaser.
Hey, Steve. Congratulations on Cincinnati Bengals.
How about that?
Yeah, I hope they go all the way and win the Super Bowl. They deserve it.
One more game. That's all they got to do. There's one more. It's down to this.
Yeah. Hey, one of the best episodes on KRP in Cincinnati was the one where, did you ever watch it much, Steve?
Oddly enough, I mean, even being from Cincinnati, I didn't really watch WKRP in Cincinnati much. Like everything else, working the overnight shift, all the sitcoms that come on like during prime time in the evening. I'm always sleeping through all that stuff, so I never get to watch anything until years later when it comes back, like the reruns now.
Yeah, one of the best ones was, Steve, was what do you call a turkey drop. They usually have that on around Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Where they got the helicopter dropped the turkeys out, and Mr. Carson Florida turkeys could fly.
He said, I swear, I thought turkeys could fly. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a famous episode, yep.
Hey, I think Big Sexy ought to get you a different theme song for Friday. It's finally Friday.
That'll work.
I'd be going for Friday or Friday to get ready for a long weekend.
So did you get caught?
Well, let's hope
Did you get caught up in any? Did you get caught up in any of that mess from the storm over the weekend, or were you out way far away?
Oh, I was down in Georgia. As a matter of fact, Steve, I was thinking about you come up through Dawn there, Atlanta. Friday night, they had a few snowbirds, so stoner Friday night going through Atlanta.
Yeah, I know the wife's family said they got a little dusting of snow out there, out of that storm over the weekend. Now, so technically, Horsefeather said he got like 1 inch. We got more than that here in Southwest Ohio Friday. Yeah, Friday afternoon, and I guess we got like 1.5 inches, somewhere in that vicinity, but all was said and done. But, yeah, now we just kind of sit back and wonder, how much are we going to get out of this whopper of a storm that they tell us is going to be coming together midweek? All right, with that, it is 844-844-3388. By the way, Hot Shot Secret's #1 selling oil additive is known as Stiction Eliminator. You can find that at Travel Centers of America and Petro Stopping Centers nationwide. Why not? Make your engine run better with the money-back guarantee. Grab a bottle today. And, of course, don't forget, with the cold that we've been dealing with here, the cold weather here to stay, keep your diesel from gelling with the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel, which offers the same proven protection and performance of the everyday diesel treatment, but the addition of the anti-gel protection of fuel line freeze-ups down to 40 below zero. Get yours today online at hotshotsecret.com, or you'll find the everyday diesel winter anti-gel at most Tractor Supply locations, company locations around the country. All right, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
Russia invading Ukraine could happen at any time, according to Pentagon spokesman John Kirby, who tells Fox News Sunday that Russian President Vladimir Putin has a lot of options available to him if he wants to further invade Ukraine.
He could do something on a small scale. He could do something on a fairly large scale. And he continues to add troops to that border with Ukraine. We're watching that even over the course of this weekend.
Epic Times reporting top Defense Department officials share a grim outlook of the immediate future, pointing to Russian troops amassed along the Ukraine-Russia border, as well as the number of troops in Belarus. Russian ships are positioned in the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. Treacherous conditions continue in the Northeast due to a massive winter storm. It's knocked out power to tens of thousands and delayed or canceled thousands of flights. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. It's official. Inflation is at its highest level since the 1980s, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. What most people don't know is that it's actually much worse. Inflation may be higher now than the 1980s since the new measurements exclude food and energy. Gas prices up 58%, energy up 33%. What can you do about it? Protect yourself and your family. Only gold, silver, and other hard assets give you true protection. My friends at Tangible Investments guarantee the absolute lowest prices on precious metals. Check them out at TII1.com or call 800-300-8441. Tangible Investments has 40 years of experience and billions, that's with a B, billions in transactions. Call 800-300-8441 if you want help with gold, silver, platinum. They guarantee you the best prices plus excellent service. service. Call Tangible Investments now, 800-300-8441, or visit CII1.com. They also provide free verbal appraisals.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting into service hall. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
I did have a couple of industry headlines in regards, starting with Travel Centers of America as they enter their 50th anniversary year, apparently, here. They're planning upgrades for 100 truck stops this year. We're in the early stages of the transformation. Exciting plans for the new year, according to the CEO. The remodeling projects will include renovated restrooms, upgraded showers, more comfortable driver lounges, repaved parking lots, improved signs, and new store flow, as well as new lighting fixtures, paint, and flooring. So a lot of revamping taking place. They also plan to focus on food variety and restaurant options this year, planning to open several new full-service and quick-service restaurants. Part of those plans includes adding more than 20 of the kitchen concepts. The new restaurant concept offers quickly prepared fresh foods, packaged meals, and snacks. And for the 50th anniversary, they're planning to hold several anniversary-themed events for their guests. Plans for 1970s pricing on certain products, some music concerts, and several sites this fall, and various contests through the mobile app and on social media. All right. Also, this year, they plan on several steps regarding alternative energy. They will be expanding diesel exhaust availability to all diesel lanes across the network. They will install additional biodiesel blending infrastructure and offer more electric vehicle charging stations. Now, they're going to launch a test project with the California Energy Commission that includes designing, developing, and deploying a distributed energy resource to power energy storage and electric vehicle charging solutions. And looks like they're going to offer hydrogen fueling in California for heavy-duty trucks in collaboration with Nikola Corporation. Nikola. All right, and then they continue to expand, opening new facilities around the country. Pretty aggressive plans for 2022. Meanwhile, all right, Eagle, welcome back. Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Lay it on us, Eagle. What you got?
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I want you to, after I finish the call, I want you to read the stories that you said that you had on this border situation. After I see what I got to say about it. Steve, with the border deal, okay. Now, they said that over 2 million people have came into the U.S. in the first year of the Biden administration. And I want to, say these numbers are very scary when you add up. Do people realize that if Joe Biden stays in the White House for 4 years, if he's allowing 2 million people to come into this country every year illegally during his 4-year period, that means that 8 million people will be in this country by the time this guy leaves the White House. 8 million people, undocumented people. Makes absolutely no sense for all these people, because it's not going to stop. It might even get worse. It might go up to 3 million people the way Joe Biden is doing it. The word has already been gotten back down into Mexico, El Salvador. Not only is Joe Biden letting these people in the country, he's also giving them money, Steve. He's also giving people money and travel to any destination they want to go to. So who wouldn't want to pass up on that offer? So you're going to see all kind of people coming in to the U.S. in the next 3 to 4 years trying to get into the United States. This is the best opportunity that these people have had in a long time to get in the country, because they realize that if Trump was to get back in the White House or somebody like Trump, that's going to come to a stop. So they're going to try to get their way up. The next 2 to 3 years in the USA is going to be like a revolving door. It's really a shame. It's really a damn shame what's going on. Even like you say, even the Border Patrol agents are frustrated. They're basically at the same position that the police officers are in America, Steve. I listened to this lady I didn't know too much about this shooting that took place in New York City, Steve, in the Bronx, New York, last week when two young, when I say young, I mean young police officers. One of them guys was only 22 years old, Steve.
Yep.
That got killed. It's a damn shame. And, you know, I didn't know about the shooting. I thought it was just a shooting where the guy shot him and who made his way. But not only did this guy shoot those cops, they said he stood over the bodies of both of these guys. He continued shooting even while they laid on the ground. This was an execution type shooting of these two cops that absolutely nothing wrong. They didn't deserve what they got. And now both of these men are less than 25 years old, dead now. This man had just been married. He hadn't even been married a year. You see, one of the guys, 22-year-old, his wife was at the ceremony on Friday in tears. It's a damn shame. And the prosecutor was talking about releasing these guys early, talking about not putting people in jail. These cops are fighting a losing battle in America, Steve. It's really a shame. They deserve all the support that the American people can give them, and they're not getting it. And like I told you, Steve, I've been telling you this for years now. I know you got people that call your show that's in police. You got family members. But like I say, some people get offended when I say this. And if I was a police officer right here in America, Steve, first of all, they don't pay enough for me. I would have turned my badge uniform in a long time ago, because I'm not gonna hit the streets of America as a police officer and have my hands behind my back, not be allowed to do my job. This makes absolutely no sense what's happening in America. Down in Texas, you know, we talked about last week, got shot 3 police officers in Houston. Shot 3 cops for no reason whatsoever. Another cop got shot. And here's the sad part about it, Steve. One of those cops was killed in Houston last week, killed by an undocumented individual from El Salvador. They shouldn't have been in the country to be with. How do you think that cop's family feels right now, knowing that their son or daughter was killed by that was in the country illegally? And Joe Biden, how he can even sleep at night, Steve. How you can sleep at night knowing that you have people coming in this country, you know, like Trump said at his rally the other night, you don't know who these people are. You don't know they're a rapist, a murderer, a criminal, a bank robber, gang. I mean, you don't know who the drug dealer. You don't know who these people are. And Joe Biden is releasing these people into the country. That's criminal as far as I'm concerned, and it needs to come to a stop. And there's got to be some way that they put a stop to this, because it makes no sense for the police in America to be treated the way they're treated, being gunned down in the streets of America, less than 25 years old, and the man didn't even have a chance to start a family, and now he's tonight. It's really a sad situation in what's happening in America. And I like to touch on that story after hanging out with you tonight, Steve. And thanks for taking my call.
All right, thank you much, Eagle, and have a great morning. Now, let me see here. Looking at Big Sexy sent me the link from there down in, I guess, his neck of the woods. Some of the most devastating ice accumulation, but that's 2009 ice storm was stretching from like Fayetteville all the way across the state to Jonesboro. Some areas picked up 2 inches of ice accumulation. You talk about incredible devastation. The dire situation was summed up by the CEO of North Arkansas Electric Cooperative to those who were working to restore power, to which he said, "In all my years, I've never seen anything that compares to the damage this storm has caused. From the beginning, forecasts, it seemed the worst could happen, but we tried to believe it wouldn't. It did happen. And I'm sure your service area looks a lot like ours. I have yet to see a mature tree standing that was not severely damaged. Just opening the door to the outside sounds like a war zone. The continuous sound of trees and limbs breaking like gunshots over the next hill. At this point, we have no idea as to the extent of the distribution system that was damaged, but it has to be bad, bad. My closing thoughts for the night. I sincerely hope that each of you make it through this disaster stronger than you went in. This event will take everything we have, from our spirit to our never-ending dedication to our members to get us through this. It's going to take days and probably weeks, but we will come together. Good luck, stay safe, and hang in there. The process of restoring power was very slow. At least 30,000 utility poles were downed or snapped. And of course, it takes a crew a couple of hours to replace one pole. And we went back to like the 27th of January through February the 3rd, there were still 100,000 people with no power. As many as 18 fatalities in the state. Most of those were due to hypothermia. Post-event hazards like downed trees and power lines are traffic-related. The police chief in Truman was actually killed by a falling ice-covered tree branch. Hypothermia claimed the life of an elderly woman in Clay County. The power was out. Apparently, she tried to stay warm by filling her bathtub with hot water, which obviously cooled over time. Wow. So you remember that storm pretty well, huh, Big Sexy?
Oh, yeah. I remember that real well. When that started, I had went to Harville, Missouri, which is just south of Poplar Bluff, Missouri. I was doing internet satellite installs. I went to pick up some equipment from the company I was contracted to up there, and on the way back, power poles were snapping and everything else. I was having to drive around them on the road on the way back. I remember that real well. I lived in Jonesboro at the time. I think we was without power for 3 days. They're inside the city limits of Jonesboro, near the college.
Wow.
I get set, like you was reading there. You can step outside and you just hear, one snap after another, tree limbs falling and stuff like that. You was talking about the chief of police in Truman. He got out to move a limb out of the city street, and another limb fell while he was moving that limb and hit him and killed him.
Wow.
Yeah, that got rough. But that, believe it or not, is the second worst ice storm in Arkansas history. There's one from 2000 that got Arkansas and Oklahoma that was even worse. At that time, the Weather Service page says the governor even had to communicate with parts of the state by ham radio because there was no deal. It was up to, I think, up to 3 inches of ice across parts of the state during that one. Of course, that was more western Arkansas and Oklahoma. Both Arkansas and Oklahoma had disaster, areas over that. It shut the government down. Power poles, even, everything was freezing up. I think the wind chill was in the minus on that, or the temperature. But that was the worst one. But this was right up there with it. Yeah, I remember that real well.
Well, the way things are sounding for this coming week, it could almost be a repeat for some areas. Now, I don't know if you're going to, it looks like areas through parts of, southern Illinois, southern Indiana. There's a swath that looks to be coming like right through Ohio here. Yeah, we may get an ugly mess.
I hope we don't. That Region 8 you're talking about, that's the local TV station up here, KAIT, Channel 8. They call their coverage area Region 8. That's what that is, the Jonesboro market area for ABC, NBC affiliate. That's what the Region 8 is. It's about a 9 to 12 county area, northeast Arkansas, southeast Missouri. That's Region 8. But yeah, that's the worst that we've had, and I hope that don't happen again. We're still cleaning up from December 10th tornado here. We don't need that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But yeah, I was going to, reason I called, I didn't know if you got that email I just sent you a while ago, and you done covered that. So
there you go. Yeah.
You covered my stuff. How about those Bengals?
How about that?
I'm glad to see that. I can't stand Kansas City. I'm glad to see them pull that off. Now they just need to go on and beat the Rams.
Well, if the Bengals can beat Kansas City twice this season, they can beat anybody, correct?
That is correct. The only thing is don't have a letdown. They don't have a letdown after that. Might be the problem, you know.
Yep.
Now, sometimes you can get up real high for one game and then be let down. But, of course, it being the Super Bowl, it shouldn't be no letdown, you know. But we'll see. And, you know, Rams are playing on their home field, too, so.
Well, after the exuberance, the excitement of, you know, pulling off the upset there in Tennessee, I mean, I kind of felt like, you know, that you're going to get kind of like overconfident, and then I really thought Kansas City was going to take them down.
Yeah, I thought at one time when they were down so bad, I thought, well, this is over with.
Yeah, if I had stayed up and I saw 21-3, I'd be like, screw it, that's this thing's over. But I guess, as they often say, it ain't over till the fat lady sings, right? Or are we not allowed to say this? Is that politically incorrect in this day and age? It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But a lot more to say, like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
That's a pretty fascinating photograph there. I saw the photograph of Joe Burrow being hoisted up on another player's shoulder. I wasn't aware of the rest of the story. They've got the side-by-side photographs. November 9 of 2019, Tyler Shelvin carried Joe Burrow off the field on his shoulder after beating Alabama. Well, this past day, Tyler Shelvin carries Joe Burrow off the field after the 18-point comeback to make it to the Super Bowl. How cool is that? All right, we'll get back to there's old Knucklebuster. Hey, how about the question? Answer this question: Is Tom Brady going to retire or what?
Well, they put some fake news out there this weekend that he was going to retire, but you know, I've always said if he had retired, Joe Burrow could go to the Super Bowl. So it looks like we might be getting your wish here this morning there. He's he's waiting to retire until that $15 million kicks in, and then he'll announce his retirement there. Right? He's got a bonus thing in his contract there. But I don't blame him. $15 million, I'd wait and retire after I got it there, right?
Yeah, I would think.
I forgot. Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Horse feathers just couldn't leave me sleeping this morning while I was driving down the road, right?
Right? Okay.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, you and all this bad weather again there. You know, it's winter, so I guess we got to put up with it there. I'm a fair weather truck driver in my old age there, so. But they're only calling for less than a quarter rent down there at the house there. So that won't be too bad there. Unless they miss the mark and it drops further south and we'll get more than that. But I remember a bunch of ice storms, 67, 68. We were out of school for over 2 weeks. I remember the ice storm that shut Memphis down in 94. Man, too many of them I don't even want to remember. I was up there in J Main up there back in 1988, 89. I got out of my truck, see, with just a pair of sweatpants, tennis shoes, and a t-shirt on. That guy standing on the dock says, "Man, it's 40 below zero up here. Aren't you cold?" I said, "Nah, it ain't that cold." I jumped back up in the truck, turned that heater on high, Steve. I said, "Damn, that was cold out there." Anyway, let's jump back to the Bengals. They've already got the Rams beating the Bengals by under 4, so I don't know how that's going to play off. They haven't, I don't know how many games the Bengals lost. I think 3 games, away games. So this will be a away game. That's not too bad. I think you played 8. I think my numbers are right there. But anyway, I was reading last week, Steve, this man poured 20 gallons of water inside his motor trying to clean all the burnt up carbon off of the inside of his motor. He'd have been a lot better off just to use some Hot Shot Secret Stiction eliminator, right?
I shared that story, yes. I mean, one treatment would have done the trick.
I know that's right. Well, I read one where this guy skipped all of his oil changes on a Dodge Ram 1500, and the warranty's not going to cover it now either. So that's 2 DAs there. So he'd have been a lot better. Well, he'd have been a lot better off if going to buy him bow tie instead of that Dodge Ram or that Mopar there. So, like Yvonne says, if you got a Dodge Ram there and hate the transmission there, you know, I'd hate myself if I owned a Dodge Ram.
Of course you do, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, anyway, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products. Stiction eliminator, put overnight drive code in the box at checkout. Buy some Steve Summers overnight drive product. And it's getting top of the hour, Steve, so I'm going to cut you loose there. Have a great day, brother.
All right, so you're still kind of nursing those vocal cords, I hear. Well, good to hear from you, Knucklebuster. Yes, and it is. Final hour just ahead here on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
Travelers stranded in airports.
Flight was canceled for Cleveland. Can't get any until Sunday evening or Monday morning.
And on the roads.
Whiteout roads are awful. Very, very slippery.
NBC News talking with those affected by a powerful nor'easter that has dumped mounds of snow in the Northeast. More than 1,400 flights canceled and more than 2,400 delayed. Word coming Sunday that North Korea has fired what appears to be the most powerful missile test since President Joe Biden has taken office. Japanese and South Korean military saying the missile was launched on a high trajectory, landing about 500 miles away in the sea. Iraqi authorities say an attacker has been apprehended in a rocket attack targeting Baghdad International Airport. Kuwait suspending flights to Iraq. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at patriotvpn.com. That's patriotvpn.com.
More musicians coming out in protests of Joe Rogan on Spotify. Wendy King with the latest from the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau.
Joni Mitchell said Friday she would remove her music from Spotify in protest after recent controversy between Neil Young and the music streaming giant over podcaster Joe Rogan's COVID-19 misinformation. Mitchell, whose music garners 3.7 million monthly listeners on the platform, released a message saying, "I stand with Neil Young." She's the first major artist to follow Young in leaving Spotify. Spotify announced on Wednesday that it would remove the entire catalog of Neil Young, who has twice been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Nils Lofgren, the guitarist from Bruce Springsteen's E Street Band, has also pulled his music from Spotify.
Sirius XM bringing back its Neil Young radio format after a limited debut last month. USA Radio News.
Here's some great news. If you missed the deadline to sign up for health insurance, or if you just have a plan you're not happy with, you still have a choice. It's called MediShare. There are hundreds of thousands of members, and they love it. MediShare has a 98% customer satisfaction rating, and this is obviously huge. The typical family saves around $6,000 a year switching to MediShare. Find out more. They're great to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
The Democrats' second highest ranking member in the Senate, Senator Dick Durbin, says he has spoken with moderate Republican Senator Susan Collins about President Joe Biden's nominee to the Supreme Court on ABC's This Week, assuring that Republicans will have a chance to meet with the president's nominee.
I'm reaching out to the Republicans and saying the nominee will be available for you to get to know them. We're going to make sure we have answers to any questions you might have. It's going to be a deliberate process, but we're not going to get bogged down.
The president has said he plans to nominate a black woman to replace retiring Justice Stephen Breyer, who announced his retirement on Thursday. The chairman and top Republican on the Foreign Relations Committee saying during a joint interview on CNN's State of the Union that they're on the cusp of an agreement to finalize legislation on a deal to sanction Russia amid ramped-up tensions over Ukraine.
Senator Risch and I have been working with our staffs and colleagues, a bipartisan coalition. I would describe it as that we are on the 1 yard line.
There's been a 24-hour-a-day effort for the last several days.
Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey and Senator Jim Risch of Idaho say the goal is to finalize legislation early this week. In the wake of the Biden administration's failed COVID-19 vaccine mandate of large employers, T-Mobile is moving on with firing corporate employees who don't meet its vaccination requirements by April 2nd. For USA Radio News, I'm Jeremy Scott.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
that big anniversary of the ice storm was on, what, the 26th? 26th there. One of the worst ice storms in U.S. history. Says in a 24-hour period beginning on late January 26th, Jonesboro picked up 1.88 inches of freezing rain. If you can imagine, nearly 2 inches of ice built up on literally everything. Hundreds of thousands without power, some for weeks. It cost the electric companies $500 million to repair the infrastructure. After that storm, the cleanup continued all the way into the summer months. Says there. Let's hope this never happens again. Now, Eskimo Mom chimed in on that over the weekend. She said, I remember running up US 641 from Tennessee to Kentucky, and the damage was just insane. Well, so we're going to roll into the month of February here. We'll turn the page here at the midnight hour tonight, as a matter of fact. Final day of January underway. Forecasters are tracking the makings of a far-reaching disruptive winter storm, which may bring, yes, significant icing from the central and southern Rockies to parts of the Northeast this week. Yeah, winter and spring going to be duking it out this week. An expansive area of snow and ice extending along an approximate 2,000-mile swath of the country begins to unfold as early as Tuesday night. From portions of Colorado and New Mexico to Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, even up to Michigan. By Wednesday night, the wintry hazards expand further south and east, stretching from Texas through Arkansas and parts of the lower Ohio Valley. Now, the icing, that's the big concern. The icing may develop from central Texas extending through the Ohio Valley. Anywhere from Dallas to Little Rock to Indianapolis, it could be under a significant ice threat around midweek, which again could bring widespread down trees, down power lines, and they're kind of pointing out the scope of this storm over such a large area is going to make it logistically trying to get power restored that much bigger of a task. I mean, they brought hundreds and hundreds of power workers. They sent them over to the East Coast with the bomb cyclone over the weekend. Sounds like these utility crews and line workers are going to be stretched thin, potentially, if this storm does come together and drops as much ice as some of these models are depicting. There are areas right now that are showing, very similar to the Jonesboro 2009, 1 to 2 inches of ice accretion being possible. Wow. All right, good times, huh? Good morning, heat wave.
Good morning, senor. Well, congratulations to the Cincinnati Bengals. It's been a long time coming. And congrats to the Los Angeles Rams, especially their quarterback, Matthew Stafford. I guess it's all more so evident that it wasn't his fault the Lions couldn't go anywhere. It's just piss poor management, bad coaching, and bad attitude up on both sides of the offensive and defensive lines. So that's a big middle finger to that bunch there, I'll tell you. I was going to say, I think we're expecting anywhere from 10 to 15 inches of snow in my neck of the woods up there in Edgewood starting Wednesday. They said the high is supposed to be in like the mid-20s, and they didn't know how cold it was going to get, so the nighttime temperature spot, they left blank both Wednesday and Thursday.
Really?
Night. So, yes. I mean, Albuquerque, they had it. Santa Fe, they had it down pat. For my neck of the woods, 30 miles east of Albuquerque and 50 miles south of Santa Fe, they had no clue. So, yeah, I'll tell you what, that's one thing about weather forecasters. They can be the only one that's wrong 100% of the time and still get paid for it. Oh, Lordy. Well, let's see what else we got going on here. Yeah, I understand they had a multiple fatality accident up here in North Las Vegas earlier to Sunday evening, I guess.
I think that was Saturday afternoon. But Saturday. Yeah, dude was doing in excess of 100 miles per hour in a 35 mile per hour zone and came upon a red light and blew it and slammed into these vehicles.
Good night. He was either celebrating because he won so much, or he was mad as hell because he lost everything but the car. Or maybe he did lose the car, and that was one way to get rid of it. And says, well, here, since I owe you, this is what you get, a hunk of metal.
Yeah, well, he's dead. He lost his life, too. I mean, he and his passenger both dead, and 7 people that were all family members, I believe, were all killed in one vehicle.
Good night.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know what to say about that old boy, except it's probably a good thing he ain't never going to be on this God's green earth again to do any more damage and carnage, because there's no reason for that.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, I've gotten mad at times, but I didn't think about going out there and running at breakneck speeds and just, throwing caution to the wind. That's just ignorant. Well, I heard Moose's song from the Friday morning broadcast. I thought that was pretty good. That's not too bad. Moose is a very talented guy in more ways than one. I mean, rebuilding cars, having a successful trucking company, writing songs, being musically gifted. I mean, that man's got it. And now that he's retired, he's going to have a lot more time to be writing and playing songs. So Moose, enjoy your retirement, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, ever since Nutty Uncle Joe has been in office, the world has gone to hell in a handbasket, and it doesn't seem like it's going to stop anytime soon. What foreign powers would have thought to be doing these things when Trump was in office? Nobody. And if they were awful damn quiet about it. But I mean, ever since Joe come in, everyone's so, brazenly got a brass pair that they are more than willing to show everybody just how far they're going to go.
Yep.
Where are the people screaming, hey, let's get this man competency tested to see if he's mentally fit to be in the office of command? I don't hear a peep out of the left. They seem to think
went back, and I can't remember. I think Fox News, obviously, because that's about the only one I watch, Fox or Newsmax. They played a compilation of all the various news agencies calling for Donald Trump to have a cognitive test and psychological exam and all that. I mean, over and over and over again about his cognitive decline. They showed they highlighted where he picked up the glass to take a drink of water and used both hands. They were just raging about Donald Trump being unfit to hold office, as they put it, but not a peep when it comes to Joe Biden.
I mean, we were supposed to be at war with North Korea within 3 months with Trump in office. I mean, hell, we just had one person to worry about, and Trump seemed to take care of that little issue. And now this man here, and not a word. And how many tests did Trump take? Did he take 3? I think it took 3 tests. And I mean, oh, well.
If memory serves, he passed all those tests with flying colors, if memory serves.
Yeah. So, that just goes to show you need a businessman or someone who is business-oriented to run this country as it is meant to be, a business. No politicians, no bureaucrats, because they'll just screw it up. And we have seen just how bad over the last year or so. So, musically speaking, Leonard Skinner said it right about Neil Young when they were singing "Sweet Home Alabama," and
Yes.
it escapes me what it was, but I know it wasn't anything good. It wasn't very flattering, and that song came out in the 70s. Well, I mean, it seems like they ought to be playing "Sweet Home Alabama" more and more often just to emphasize Neil Young's, I mean, that is the height of arrogance to think your music is worth more than what someone says about COVID. And it's getting so bad. I could care less about Neil Young. I think I could name maybe 3 songs, and then after that, who gives a rat's behind?
Well, how many Joni Mitchell songs can you sing a tune to? I mean, I don't know a damn thing Joni Mitchell did.
Nah, nothing. And the other players and singers that are in protest. Well, hell, protest all you want. They've got the XM channel. You can play what you want on your own channel, and you can say what you want. Doesn't mean I'm going to listen to it. So I could give a rat's behind what they're talking about. And have you noticed now that if you mention anything about the weather, Facebook is now putting a deal out, kind of like COVID-19. They're putting a notice on there about climate change.
Oh, really? I didn't catch that. Yeah. No.
Oh, I caught that yesterday, and I thought, you know what? That bluster, or whatever the hell that other thing is, and we, it looks like we all just need to go over there and and be able to speak our minds and have good debate without Big Brother saying, oh, you can't talk about that because you don't know what you're talking about. Well, hell, they had the scientist or the doctor that invented this mRNA vaccine telling you exactly what it was going to do. And who had that kind of power to say, oh, he's spreading misinformation? I mean, that is the horse's mouth right there telling you exactly what that mRNA vaccine is going to do, who it was for, and who it should not be put in. The height of arrogance. Apparently, there is no bounds, and I don't know what it's going to take, but I sure hope it comes soon. And for all them adult children that are living in their parents' basement playing the Xbox and the other video game machine, I guess they're going to have to learn one of 2 things. They're going to have to learn how to be linemen for the county, Glenn Campbell, and learn how to fix the power line so they can play their games, or they're just going to have to grow up and shrug it off. I mean, hell, I've got one of them damn video games, PlayStation 3. I don't get on it every chance I get because, I'm addicted to it. Yeah, and besides, I use that box for more than just video games. I mean, you can also, it's like a mini computer right there. You can do all your stuff on. So, the kids, get off your duffs, get out there, learn a technical or a trade, and go out there and be constructive. Get your own damn house, and then you can play the Xbox all you want after you made your money.
Right?
I think I'm done ranting right now, so I'll let you go, and everyone out there, I'll be out until probably Friday night, so anybody wants to give me a holler after the show, I'll be more than happy to entertain your calls, like we always do, even on the weekend. So,
all right,
Steve, it's always a pleasure talking to you, Senor, and one of these days, I think this character called Right Wingnut is going to be coming on and talking about his ideas about how policy ought to be. I guess he's probably the equivalent to Lugnut Louie. or Dimebag Denny, but maybe a little bit more tighter with the screws.
Yeah,
So
right.
We'll see what happens.
A right wing nut. Okay, we'll have to look forward to that. Right wing nut. You got to be careful where you put your emphasis there. All right, 21 past the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, you never know who that shady character just looking for a ride at the truck stop might be. In this case, late last week, he had just broke out of the correctional facility. Joseph Mitchell escaped the Eastern Ohio Correctional Center in Wintersville just after the midnight hour last Thursday night, according to the Herald Star. He was able to climb a fence to escape the facility and fled to the King's truck stop. While there at the truck stop, he started asking drivers for rides back to his home in Steubenville, using a fake name, and even tried to open tractor-trailer doors and climb inside. At some point, he actually got a ride in the back of a Chevy Tahoe, but was soon discovered by police. Once discovered, police say Mitchell gave them a family member's name instead of his own. But he was soon booked back into the Jefferson County Jail, now on charges of escape as well as falsification. A passenger in the Tahoe, 18-year-old Jasmine Bond, was also charged with falsification, and the driver of the Tahoe, a 46-year-old Reginald Johnson, was cited for no license. Now, Mitchell later required 15 stitches for a cut on his hand sustained during the escape. I would assume that's probably from the razor wire that he had to get across to climb or get over that fence. Then there's the widow of a truck driver who was recently struck and killed by an impaired driver that says her husband would have forgiven the man instantly had he survived the accident. We touched on this story shortly after it occurred. Stanley Gum Jr. was killed on the 19th there in North Carolina. The trucker's widow is speaking out about her husband's forgiving demeanor and the dangers of impaired driving just over a week later. But Loretta Gum says, pure grace, pure favor, pure mercy. He didn't just talk it, he walked it. He lived it. He breathed it and stood like a pillow. He loved to explore. He loved nature. He loved sunsets and sunrises and showing me things I've never seen because I'm a small town girl and he's a big city guy. Now, apart from his overall forgiving personality, she said she knows he would have forgiven 53-year-old Daniel Ray Thompson for crashing into him while impaired because Gum himself had been charged with driving while intoxicated just a few years back and had since turned over a new leaf. She says, my husband would say, you know, that could have been me that killed somebody driving home drunk. I know he would have forgiven him instantly because that's who my husband was. All right, then they had quite the mess across the highway in Missouri Thursday night. A load of electric car batteries scattered across the highway on I-44 in Rolla, Missouri. According to the Fox affiliate, a semi-truck hauling 33 lithium-ion batteries for Chevy Volt vehicles that weighed in at 1,000 pounds each overturned at mile marker 184. A second semi struck the truck, the overturned rig, and crashed into the median, but the force of that collision ripped open the trailer, scattering those batteries across the roadway. Some of them actually caught fire. And I know putting out those car battery fires is a hell of a task. I mean, I've seen incidents where it's taken them hours, and water won't do the trick. Both truck drivers and one passenger were injured. Firefighters say it took 12 people to free the victims from the wreckage. They were transported to a nearby hospital. No other details, but yes, took hours and hours to clean up the mess. All those, well, I guess useless now Chevy Volt lithium-ion batteries. And we will get back to your calls just ahead. First, we get a news break. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
Russia invading Ukraine could happen at any time, according to Pentagon spokesman John Kirby, who tells Fox News Sunday that Russian President Vladimir Putin has a lot of options available to him if he wants to further invade Ukraine.
He could do something on a small scale. He could do something on a fairly large scale. And he continues to add troops to that border with Ukraine. We're watching that even over the course of this weekend.
Epoch Times reporting top Defense Department officials share a grim outlook of the immediate future, pointing to Russian troops amassed along the Ukraine-Russia border, as well as the number of troops in Belarus. Russian ships are positioned in the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. Treacherous conditions continue in the Northeast due to a massive winter storm. It's knocked out power to tens of thousands and delayed or canceled thousands of flights. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. It's official. Inflation is at its highest level since the 1980s, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. What most people don't know is that it's actually much worse. Inflation may be higher now than the 1980s since the new measurements exclude food and energy. Gas prices up 58%, energy up 33%. What can you do about it? Protect yourself and your family. Only gold, silver, and other hard assets give you true protection. My friends at Tangible Investments guarantee the absolute lowest prices on precious metals. Check them out at TII1.com or call 800-300-8441. Tangible Investments has 40 years of experience and billions, that's with a B, billions in transactions. Call 800-300-8441 if you want help with gold, silver, platinum. They guarantee you the best prices plus excellent service. Call Tangible Investments now, 800-300-8441 or visit TII1.com. They also provide free verbal appraisals.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. And let me see here. some of the comments from, hey, Sylvester's on board. Morning, Sylvester. I lost a whole bunch of the stream chat this morning, so I missed a lot of comments. I apologize. Larry on board. Hooday, baby. Yeah, I know you're big time. You're a big time Bengals fan. I know you were thrilled with the victory this past day. Buster Brown says, hey, Steve, what's the purpose for the retaining wall at the White House? We were talking about that a few nights ago. How tall is it going to be? Just wondering if it's to stop gunfire from ground level. Thanks. Yeah, in those conversations, I believe it was Sylvester that called shortly after that. He pulled it up like on Google Earth or Google Maps or something, and it may have been cue ball, but yeah, it made it sound as though it really does appear that it's more of a, something to prevent gunfire from ground level. It's what it really looks more like, rather than the fencing that they've had for years. Now, Ace says, no, the purpose is to stop old Joe from wandering out of the front yard at the White House. That could be too, Ace. You might be onto something there. Hello to Frank checking in. Gary's on board. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. Hooday. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Murfreesboro, Tennessee this morning. There's Norman checking in from north central Kansas. We've got 32, some clouds. Headed out for Hayes, Kansas this morning. A short run after a piece of farm equipment. All right. Gary said, let's go, Brandon. Yep. Biden, the village idiot. Well, maybe that would go along with something like this scenario. This just happened over the weekend. A southeastern Kansas man now facing 2 felony charges after he allegedly drove halfway across the country and told authorities his plan was to kill President Biden. Part of a divine mission ordained by God. A guy by the name of Scott Merriman, a construction contractor out of Independence, Kansas, accused of threatening the president and a federal agent in a probable cause statement that was filed in Maryland on Friday. Merriman is accused of making these threats last week after several phone calls and some of the posts he made on social media, a.k.a. his Facebook account. How these sort of things tend to be missed, I don't know. It seems like they instantly catch anyone who says anything about vaccinations. A criminal complaint drafted by the Secret Service points to January 25th as the day Merriman informed officers in Independence, Kansas, of a trip he was making to Washington, D.C. Over the course of last week, Merriman apparently spoke with at least 2 Secret Service agents about his plans, telling one he was fed up with the divisiveness of this country and that he was being guided by God. He was detained by a federal agent in the parking lot of a Cracker Barrel in Hagerstown, Maryland. That's how close he got. There was a magazine with 3 live rounds discovered on his person, but no firearm, according to the court records. A spotter scope was also allegedly found in his backpack. Now, investigators then reviewed a series of posts identified on Merriman's Facebook page. The earlier posts discussed a journey to Washington, D.C. for the purpose of bringing about change across the U.S., and then turned more targeted sights on the president. I believe Joe Biden is the Antichrist now, and he will suffer a fatal head wound. I will deal that blow in Christ's name, he says. Now, that's on a Facebook message. How do you miss that? I am fighting for the souls of this great nation, he said. So he specifically calls out the president by name. He will suffer a fatal head blow, and I will deal that blow, he said. In a follow-up post that occurred after the encounter in Maryland, Merriman says his plan is to jump the fence when he arrives at Washington and slay the Antichrist. Obviously, someone with some big-time issues upstairs, like in the brain. Mental issues. But that's the second arrest in a month's time. I don't know if we even touched on the previous, the guy that was supposedly making his way to Washington, D.C. He had plans on taking out Fauci, the president, Pelosi, just a whole bunch of figures. All right. So obviously the intelligence community, I guess maybe that's how Secret Service was able to get a hold of him, maybe from some of those social media posts or something. I'm not sure. That's all the details we have on the story, but there you go. Lugnut Louie.
Well, good morning, Phil. I hope you're doing well this morning.
Yes, I'm doing fine. Thank you. Thanks for asking.
Well, you're very welcome, Brian. I have to tell you, Jeff, that every once in a while when I call in, I just have something I'm going to talk about because I try not to call in too often. And, Rexy, if we call in too often, people get to looking forward to us calling, and it always needs to be a surprise. So that's why I don't call in very often. Plus, I'm so busy with the show, managing things, keeping a track on what you're doing, making sure you're dotting your I's and slaying your Q's and T's. It's just a never-ending task. But I digress. I'm going to give a great big shout-out to the Cincinnati Reds and the Los Angeles Dodgers for winning the national championship ball game and making it to the Super Bowl. What a wonderful event this will be. I've always wanted to watch these two teams square off playing kickball, so we're going to finally see it happen in Los Angeles at the Dodger Stadium. Isn't it exciting news?
It is, yes. But big news, Louis. Big news.
It is, and can you imagine? I want you to visualize this for a moment. Joe Burrows and that other dude on the other team that plays kickball with the Los Angeles Dodgers. Can you see them two guys squaring off, kicking the ball, and then throwing at the other guy, trying to tag him out? I think it's going to be a fun and exciting time. And look, I'm going to go all out this time to make sure that every boy and girl, every trucker gets a free T-shirt with an autographed signature from Joe Burrows and the other guy. And we want everyone to walk away from this kickball game with a momentous, wonderful experience. And I just don't see any other way of doing it other than this way. So I want you guys guys and girls, to go into your local tavern as soon as you get done with your shift and put it on none other than Big Goose's tab. He's got deep pockets, and he's agreed to pay for these T-shirts. You can find them at your local bar, tavern, even at Meyer, because I think Texaco Mom is in on the deal. But we want to make sure that everyone gets a fair shake. Now, Willie, I have to tell you something else. I have to give you a report on what we've done with the supercalidocious, superfragilistic drive-thru that we're trying to build, the cash box, if you will, for the show that's coming up very shortly. We have raised a total of $42. Yes, go ahead and clap, fans, or we're very excited about it.
42.
We're well on our way.
Wow.
Well, we're excited because we've had two people step forward. One of them was Fly Rod, and we're so thankful for his input. And I think Sheet Shave down in New Mexico gave a $20 donation. But someone in the audience there, I guess, could only donate $2. So they, I guess, on their next paycheck, they're going to give it to you or loan it to you, and we're going to have the extra $18 to go towards it. So then we'll be up to $60. So as you can see, we are well on our way. Now, for those of you who have not heard this story, I'm going to once again repeat it. We are building a cash box style drive-through for the radio show there at the Secret Bunker there in Cincinnati. You will be able to drive through at full speed and give a handout, a shake, a call out, a fan shake to all your favorite truckers out there. Steve will be out there remotelessly with nothing on other than shorts and a T-shirt and a little computer wrapped around his neck like a little iPod. and he'll be remotely giving live broadcasts from the cash box. So you can fly through and get your T-shirts, your coffee mugs, your Hot Shot Secret. All will be available there. You don't have to slow down at all. And if we have any truckers come through that we don't want to go through, like Hillbilligan or maybe Pony Feathers out there, we're just going to put up barricades to keep them out. But yeah, you can see we're going all out this time to make sure that we're just taking another step, Dr. Phil, to make sure that every driver out there gets a fair chance of going to the show and being a part of it. Now, that's what I'm happy. That's what I'm so excited about, Mr. Filibuster. Just thank you so much for this wild idea. And look, time's running out. I've got to get back to the show and push a few buttons and things. But I thank you for having me on. And Willie, you have a wonderful morning.
All right. Yes. Has he ever called me Steve, even on one occasion accidentally? I don't think he has, but hey, we'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, with all the talk about the impending winter storm along a 2,000-mile swath of the country, as new model runs are coming in, I've seen some of the updates. Several folks in just the last few minutes have shared some tidbits. Yeah, one was a graphic from the National Weather Service office out of Wilmington, Ohio, kind of trying to break down the line of where you're going to see snow versus freezing rain versus just heavy rain. And yes, Cincinnati's going to be right on the edge of that heavy mixed precipitation and just heavy rain further to the south, according to that particular graphic. I'm looking at another from, this is actually a subscription weather site, but this guy's opted to share some of this information this past evening. Sponsored by Timely Acres Freezer Beef, as well as Farmer's Toy Store. All right, so he said, I wanted to share a small portion of the Fool Members blog, as well as a handcrafted graphic I shared earlier today. It's time we start mentioning the B word, a.k.a. blizzard, which looks like a real possibility. for numerous counties across the state of Indiana. South of the most heavy snow, more of an ice mixing in looks to take place with snow. And south of there is perhaps a devastating ice storm. There are still questions to answer, but if you're thinking that this is going to avoid us like most every other storm, I think you should read below from the full members blog. To which he says, as I mentioned, it's not been my goal since I started the website in 2016, or when I started as part of the North Central Indiana weather in 2006, to frighten or scare you. When people act out of fear, poor, irrational decisions can be made. So don't take anything as a signal of fear. But I say this right now and up front. Now is the time to prepare. What was happening yesterday has been even magnified today and won't get any better as we get into the work week here. Stores are already seeing supplies being deleted. Yes, shelves are going to restock between now and Tuesday, but to what degree? I want to give you the real forecasting facts as I see it using 30 years of education and experience. I must be responsible with my words, and I have to do my due diligence by reviewing and dissecting every piece of guidance at my disposal. My experience and knowledge, as well as my gut instinct, tells me to tell you, prepare now. I'm speaking with other forecasters. It's been a long while, maybe back in 2014 or 2007, since we've seen this kind of consistency run after run as far as the models go for days. Now, I feel like putting out any sort of an accumulation map would be a bit irresponsible. There will be some shifting. There will be a dry slot. There will almost certainly be something that the guidance nor the trained eye can spot. But he's got a kind of a map to spin. Northwest Indiana, heavy snow, but nearly the northern two-thirds, significant snow, blizzard conditions that would envelop areas from Fort Wayne to Indianapolis. Then a mixed precip zone. South of that, ice, sleet, snows, kind of a mixing transition. Southern portions of the state, stretching from all the way down in the Evansville area, all those counties across southern Indiana, up into southeastern portion, or northeast Indiana, which would kind of be the adjoining counties right there in southwest Ohio. The potential is there for crippling ice. That's his model run from this past day. All right, so just be aware. Hello, Larry. Happy Monday.
Good morning. Happy Monday back at you, and definitely Houday baby.
Yes, how about that?
I was listening to Lugnut Louie there, and it made me think about some of my old CB handles, and since that character was dropping a bunch of names, there was a guy that was on the radio at night in Cincinnati area. He was a sales guy, but he had the best sounding radio of anybody. His name was Barracuda, Cincinnati Barracuda. I just wonder if anybody, this would have been back in the late 70s, early 80s, remember him, because you could hear, he had a big linear. I think it was about 250. But you could hear him loud and clear for miles and miles and miles. And then my good friend Snake Eyes, we ran together a lot. Now, I used to joke around a lot, believe it or not. And my CB handle was Big Blue. And if I was clowning around, I was one of two other characters. I was Chief Full of Bull, imagine that, or the Bionic Nose Picker.
The Bionic Nose Picker, that's good.
Well, I used to have a lot of fun with it back in the day. And, Lugnut Louie there just kind of reminded me of those fun days on the CB radio that me and Barracuda and Snake Eyes used to have. We used to stage that we were going to fight each other and meet at Dunkin' Donuts on Coleraine Avenue. And the miraculous thing is we'd get there in our trucks, and there'd be all these four-wheelers with CB antennas. Did you hear about the fight? Did you hear about that fight? Guys are going to fight right here. That was funny.
And it was all a bunch of BS.
Total BS, total fun. The CB radio is silent anymore. When I went down to Beaufort, South Carolina a couple months ago, I took my little handheld radio with me, and I heard nothing. I mean, pretty much the whole way, except a little squelch and static. But, it's kind of depressing. I would hate to be a truck driver today because that CB radio was my lifeblood. Kept me awake and kept me occupied. And if it got real quiet at night, when I was running at night and nobody was on, all I had to do was start singing. By God, that woke people up.
That's pretty good. My. So what do you think? February 13, Cincinnati, L.A. I know you're going to be saying Cincinnati, right? If they could beat Kansas City twice, they can beat anybody, Larry. That's my thinking.
And that's got to be the way. I mean, when I ain't gonna lie, when they were down as much as they were down, 21-3.
Yep.
My heart was about to jump out of my chest. And then when Kansas City came back and tied it up, boy, I couldn't sit. I stood up for the rest of the game. Now, put that all in perspective, and they've got some great players out there in California, and I don't think we played them this year, did we?
I don't believe.
Yeah, so they don't really know us, and we don't know them except for what they've seen on game film. But at the end of the day, I feel good about the coaching staff, and more importantly, I feel good about the unity of this team. I mean, you don't have the individual like Bonta Perfect and Ocho Cinco and those guys who were just those headliners. This is a team. Seems like a unified group of people. If you watch when somebody else made a touchdown, Jamar Chase was just as excited as if he did it.
Well, that's what it takes in the world of sports. You gotta gel. There's no I in team, right? And we've had our fair share of Ocho Cincos that felt like they were the team. Yeah, I. So.
And what you see with Burrow, every time he's interviewed, he gives it back to his team, his defense, his offensive players. He gives it back to them. He takes the credit for about a half a second and then gives it back to his team. That's fantastic. And then yesterday, Boomer on TV, if he smiled any bigger, his face would crack.
That's great. Well, Larry, congratulations to those Bengals. Like I said, I know you're happy with the win, as so many other Cincinnati fans are. I've all kind of videos. I've seen people, big time celebrations this past evening. With that, we got to get out the door, though. Have a great day. We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. All the latest on our next impending big storm. Who's going to get hammered? Who's going to get buried in snow or paralyzed with ice? It'll be big. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above, but nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love, never gonna lose the ones I love.